Hey! Did you not go? Did you not go into town? No, I started this a couple of days ago. Whoa. Oh, Lord. Great header. Oh! The wee man gets it done. It's a poor ball by Sinani. McNeil's been excellent, by the way. Good shout, whoever that was yesterday. He's quite quick and he can finish. Job done in the championship. Wow, what a walloping. Yeah, tremendous result. You know, didn't have the best of starts in the league. Obviously, we lost to Coventry on day one. And looked a bit rough, looked a bit ropey. And a little bit of concern set in, because you never know. But then, obviously, the win over QPR was a close one, but we did get there. And today, I think, you know, really nice win. I did think some people questioned when we lost to Coventry why I put the first team out in the cup, given that we expect a tough season, you know. And I just thought this is a chance for these players to gel, get some confidence, get some goals, and I think it did work. But obviously we got Man U in the next round, so that's going to be quite tough. But I'm hoping for the best. We did start with a loss to Coventry. Oh yeah, so here's something. Matthias Jorgensen, the Danish defender who we picked up on a free transfer this season, he shows up in game as Zanka. I don't know where it normally shows like nicknames somewhere. Oh, it's not. Either way, he shows up as Zanka, and the game was playing, and I was like, "Who the fuck is Zanka?" And I thought it was a bug. Apparently, it's his nickname in real life. It was a nickname someone gave him on the coach or something one time at a game. So yeah, I'd never heard that. I had no idea, but yeah. The goal we've been set is to stay up. Yeah. Ashley Barnes got sent off in his first game against Coventry. Went flying in two-footed. It was pretty brutal. Reading, rock bottom of the table. We get to play. Look at that. Whew. I just noticed Bournemouth are down here. They must have got relegated last season. Oh, I can't remember how you do this. There is a way to look at the previous... Is there a way to look at the previous tables? I thought there was a way to go back. And you could see the table from the previous season. Stays. Oh, here we go. So last season, Bournemouth on the final day went down by 1 goal difference. They lost 3-0 to Arsenal. And it was the 88th minute goal that sent them down. That is brutal. Whereas West Ham drew. Oh. So Bournemouth, Leeds and Brentford are all down here. That sucks. Is Tony still with them? Oi, oi, oi. It's kind of silly that only Celtic wants him. I think most Premier League clubs... I would say outside the top 4, but Newcastle, I'm sure, would try to sign him if they could. They'll sign anyone. Man U in the Carabao Cup. We've got a game against Reading in 3 days. That's a rotated team. I think it might be head-to-head results, but I could be wrong. It's goal difference and then goals scored. If their team still level, it's by the team who collected the most points in those head-to-head matches. I don't know how they separated after that. Is that to us or to them? I can't tell. It's to them, of course. Of course, man, you've got a penalty 11 minutes in. I don't know if it's ever happened that they're completely equal. Equal on points, equal on goals scored, and they both drew 1-1 against each other. The final potential tiebreaker will be the most away goals in the head-to-head fixtures. You think it's yellow and red cards and then a coin flip? It's pretty wild that they don't have, like, a game to decide it. Do you know what I mean? Like, it should be, you guys are level on points and goals. It's time for a one-off match. In some leagues, the teams at the bottom have to play the teams that want to get promoted. I know that's a thing. I don't like rules where it's like, it's never come up. I hate that. Well, that's unlikely to ever happen. And then you just know it would be a huge kerfuffle. God, these floods in Libya, right? Jack Butterfield. That's the Butterfield diet. Oh. Come on, ref, that's enough. Yep, he's still in there. He's still in there. We should get some money from that, shouldn't we? That would be nice. That would be nice. Oh, hello. Get some water. No, we're not fucking loaning anybody. Fuck off. Can we beat Reading? Bottom of the table. Could you all leave me alone? Fucking knackered today. Okay, I need to start filling jugs with water because it's going off in our area. Got a big water bottle, fill it up. Jean, if you have a big water bottle, fill it up now because the water might turn off. Yeah, the Thames Water, you know, Thames Water, absolutely the best company. The kids' school is closed today because there's no water. Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is the important thing about Thames Water, and indeed, the only concern really is that the shareholders' value is protected. Fuck the customers. There are still some good people that work there. I had a guy around. So Thames Water, in an effort, of course, to provide better value to the customer and to save them money, wants to install water meters everywhere. And the logic was, people must be using too much water. It can't be us. It must be people using too much water. You know, in Britain, a country where it rains 99% of the time, people are using too much water. So interestingly, they wanted to put these water meters in, and the water meter will measure exactly how much water you use, and therefore it'll be fairer. But that's a load of bollocks, because there's no way they're going to suddenly we're going to be paying less. No, there's no way. What they would love to be able to do is to put meters everywhere so that they can fine-tune the price to make exactly more money than they did last year. I'm sorry, but the price of water has to go up. That's the kind of shit they want to do, right? The guy comes to our house. We got an old house, like, you know, it's like 120 years old or something like that. So if you look at a modern house, it's got all the, you know, the nice big pipes and it's all well located. Our stopcock valve is like way up on a wall, and it's set back into the brickwork, and there's no easy way to do it. And this old boy comes out, and he's been doing this for fucking donkey's years, and he's like, well, they're going to tell me that I can do it, but I know I can't do it. I'm not going to get up on a fucking platform and dig into your wall and have this big thing sticking out. So he says, what I'll do is I'll take a load of videos and I'll tell my supervisor that we can't fit a meter on your house, because I'm sure it'll be the same for most of the people on your road, and he's not going to like that, but that's just what it is. And then he just went off on the company complaining about them for like 10 minutes. I offered him a cup of tea. He didn't want one, but he was just like, he fucking hates Thames Water, and he works for them. Pretty fucking funny. So yeah. I mean, you know, I don't think that there's any justification for the privatization of water. I really don't. I think it's ridiculous. The idea that this idea, in some instances, look, I banned the politics channel for a reason, but to me this is just logic, and I'd like to hear the argument against it from the other side and explain why, you know, it's better. But the nationalization of water was a good thing, because it's water. There's no profit to be made from something that people need to live, in my opinion. And there's no choice. You can't drink water or schmorter or grorter or florter. You know what I mean? There's not like a market share of water substitutes. Water is what we have to drink. We have to drink water. Any other thing that we drink is just another form of water with different flavorings in. That's all it is. And I mean, even milk is just mostly water. Like, it's water. And they're like, well, how could we make this more efficient? Private industry. That's efficiency. Now that would work as a concept. I'm not defending it, but I'm saying the whole concept of markets and competition and that being better for the consumer works when there is a market and there is competition. I only have Thames Water. There's no alternative. It's just Thames Water. That's my only choice. Thames Water. And they are the ones who poisoned my local river, because they fucked up at Heathrow Airport, and they could either put sewage all over the runway or kill my local river. And they chose to kill the river. And it was completely brown for several months. It stank. It was grey-brown. It was revolting. Killed everything in the river. It was a dead river for a couple of years, and then gradually things have come back. But you know they'll do it again. So you've got this network of pipes, and a company is responsible for overseeing them, and that's Thames Water. And if you had that as a nationalised industry, the money that we give to Thames Water for that water would be spent on that. It might not be more efficient. It might just be the same level of efficiency because it's the same, engineers and all the rest of it. However, if you have a level that is money coming in and the cost of maintaining the infrastructure, they can be one for one in a nationalised system. But in a privatised system, you have to have another layer, and that layer is profit. So you are making the system less efficient with no alternative for the consumer. I mean, there's a reason that, the soft drinks market is so vibrant, if you want to call it that. There's a ton of different soft drinks you can choose from. Because when I go into the shop, there's 20 different brands. And I choose which one I like, maybe which one is marketed best, which one is tastiest, which one has done this, which one has done that. I'm making a consumer choice, and I can, because the only thing separating Coke from Pepsi is that they're on a different location in the shelf. Or some of them have gone to a company and said, look, just sell Coke. We'll pay you extra. Which that business benefits from. And honestly, if I really want Pepsi, there's plenty of places to get it. But if I want something other than water to live, I have to spend money on basically buying bottled water, which is ridiculous. Doesn't make sense. Same with the rail networks. There's one service in my area. One. 111. I can't choose one of 4 different trains to get to Waterloo. There's one way. I have to take this Southwest train, and that's it. And if they are shit, I can't go to Southwest Train 2, Southwest Train 3, Southwest Train 4. So it doesn't work. Because people saying British Rail was rubbish. Train system in this country is rubbish. It's rubbish. However bad it is, privatising it is not going to make it better. Because now, however much it costs, has an added layer of bullshit, which is they have to make profit. And they have to make more money this year than they did last year. And what does that mean? It means it gets more expensive for the consumer. So the argument, this is going to save the taxpayer money. No, it's not. It's not. No fucking way. No fucking way. Because if the government is in charge of trains and everybody's suffering and inflation is through the roof, they could say, in order to help commuters, we're going to lower the fare. We're halving the fare, or we're freezing it for the next 5 years. Stuff like this. Private companies don't give a fuck. They have to make more money next year. And how do they do that? They either slash their costs by fucking over the network, because what choice do you have? Or they stick the prices up. And now the prices for travelling are fucking ridiculous. Have you seen how much it costs to travel by train in this country? Have you seen how much? Let's look at Trainline. Go into Trainline. Search and compare tickets. Let's say I want to go from Euston to Manchester. I want a open return, and I'll leave. Let's say I'm going on Saturday. Let's pop up to Manchester on Saturday, midday. Cheapest ticket. Let's see what we can get. The anytime return, £369.40 for a 2-hour train ride. £306.40. Sorry, £369.40. £369.40 for an anytime return. For an off-peak return, it's £103. So as long as I travel at a shitty time of day, no problemo. But the idea that buying a train ticket and just being told, yep, you can come back at any time of day within a month, £369.40. What if I don't know when what if I have to go up there for work? I don't know what day I'll be coming back. So it's a lot of fucking money. Where could I fly for that? With British Airways. Let's have a look and see. Sky Scanner, is it called? I'm in London. I'd like to go to... I'd love to go back to Greece. How much for a flight to Athens? One adult, economy. I'll go on Saturday. And I will come back The following Saturday. How much for a flight? £176. £176. It is cheaper for me to fly to Greece than it is to get a 2-hour train to Manchester with a return. I mean, I suppose, the fundamental difference there is, of course, that you're paying triple the cost of a off-peak return to get an open return. That's the thing, the open return ticket. In other words, if you want to get a slightly cheaper train fare, you have to book an exact train and time, which is quite restrictive. It's quite restrictive because if you get a train, it's just not. It's not typically the kind of thing where you're willing every time to book a precise train and time. They're trains, you know. You kind of think there should be a bit of flexibility. With a flight, you understand it. With a flight, you understand this is my flight. This is my seat on that flight. I get it. Because otherwise you get people turning up to the airport. And that would be a problem. But with trains, you expect... There's a lot of fucking trains going to Manchester every day. Surely there's room on there for one fucking... if they're like, sorry, this one's full, the next one's in an hour. And yeah, the off-peak return is £100. And you're likely to get a fucking delayed train. It really is incredible. But just remember, this is better for the consumer. This is much, much better. That's what we're told. You know how it would be better? If we had multiple competing train lines. But we can't do that. Because by the nature of trains. It doesn't make sense. It does not make sense. You can only have so many tracks and so many trains at the same time. So there is a hard limit. So competition is impossible. And therefore the consumer actually loses out. I mean, I think TfL isn't private, is it? It's a local government body responsible for most of the transport network. Underground, Docklands Light Railway, buses, taxis, etc. I just think it's a it's a daft argument because if we paid for our water with tax, or we paid a fairly nominal fee each year for water, people like the argument is I'm having to pay taxes, and some of that money is going towards water. Or I'm having to pay a nominal fee on top of the taxes that go to water. It's costing the taxpayer money. But my bill for Thames Water isn't fucking cheap. That's costing me more money. Strange, isn't it? I'd like to know if people realise that they're going to pay for it either way. You're either going to pay for it with taxes, and it's going to be run not to make a profit, but to supply water to British people, or you're going to pay a company and just hope for the best. It's just bizarre. But I think it's only in certain situations where there's literally no alternative. I don't think it should be fucking privatised. I think it's daft. What else am I going to do? Not drink water? Half the shit in my house needs it. Can't wash anything. We can't wash ourselves. It's much harder to cook. It's just bizarre. Utterly bizarre. But we're stuck with it now. Oh, McNeil. Yeah, next they'll tax the air you breathe. What song was that? I'm sipping water now, I'm sipping. Perhaps we should turn off their water altogether. That way we don't have to give them anything and they still have to pay us. Brilliant. I can have him. Yes. Oh god, that's some poor defending. Sinani. Didn't do it. He didn't do it. Jallo on for McNeil. And I'm going to bring Springett on for Sinani. And Phillips on for Benson. No, for Russell. Is that I believe that's a Mr. Burns quote. Since the beginning of time. Why is Ashley Barnes nervous? He's a seasoned vet. Oh, unlucky Barnesy. Great win. The players are nervous. They should be. Yeah, good win. You know, always good to get a win away from home. But more importantly, you know, that's 3 wins from 4. That set us in good stead. We need to win these kind of games. Championship is obviously a very, very close competition. You've got to be int to win. And we're trying our best. I think we're playing some good football. Brought some new players in. It'll take a bit of time to get used to the system. But they're a great bunch of lads. You know, we've kept the core of the team together. Just added some quality when we can. So I'm delighted. I'm delighted with the start. Long may it continue. It was a good display. Not just going forward, but at the back. I'm so glad we're out of the cup. Do not! What does Immortan Joe say about water? Immortan Joe on water. Do not, my friends, become addicted to water. It will take hold of you, and you will resent its absence. That's right. Yeah, let's have a look. So, We got Charlie McNeil on loan, Tony Springer on loan, Philip Marshall on loan, Harrison Ashby on loan, Leo Furhielder on loan, and Ashley Barnes on a free transfer. We let Clark Oder go to St Mirren. We loaned out a bunch of players. Last season, we signed these lads on a free. Daniel Senani from Norwich and Matthias Jornsson on a free. So we didn't spend a penny on transfers because we haven't got much money. Oh shit. Most of London is fucked for water right now. Croydon, East London, Kingston. Ooh, HA. Is that Harrow? Ton of North London, South East London, South West London, the whole Twickenham area, West London. So basically the whole of London is no water or low pressure. Essentially, a city of 8 million people has low or no water. I might send the kids to the shop to get some water. There's no water in pretty much the whole of London. So I need you guys to get dressed. We're going to pop to the shop and we'll get some big bottles of water. Okay, just in case. I know, sweetie. I know, sweetie. Okay, we're just going to pop to the corner shop and buy some big bottles of water because this might last more than a day. So we're going to I'll be like 5 minutes. The shop's only around the corner and we'll buy some we'll panic buy some water. And I'll be back in a minute. I'm just going to put it on back in a bit. Done.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Jimmy Mac _ basso just resubed for 1 month.
Unity shitting the bed this morning. What happened to Unity? Game developers furious as Unity Engine announces new fees. Unity announces a runtime fee which will charge developers each time a game using the engine is downloaded. Charges will vary depending on the license the developer has with Unity, but will be as high as 20 cents per install. Wow. Yeah! What did you figure out? Fantastic! Lemon, that's fucking funny, dude. Does Dota run on Unity?
Nice jump, Alistair.
Ruby Dota just resubbed for 10 months.
Grazie, 10 months. Bene, bene, molto bene, grazie. Bellissimo. Will developers be charged each time a player reinstalls the game on a new piece of hardware? How will this affect developers whose game ends up on a subscription service like Game Pass or Humble Bundle? Or they will suddenly be liable for many thousands of downloads? Huh! If you're a Unity developing studio, good luck if you ever piss off your user base. Instead of tanking your Metacritic with a review campaign, they can now straight up tank you financially by organizing a mass install campaign.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Big Weapon X just resubbed for 46 months.
Wow. Yeah, free games and stuff? Man. So, Unity apparently charges $200,000 to license the engine. That's what I'm seeing in this article. I mean, you know, we played Mad Game Tycoon 2. You take a cut of sales. 5%. But then when the game's off the market, that's it. No more. Yeah, that's what we were saying, was that, like, if it's in the Humble Bundle, the developers would be like, no. No thanks. Yeah, exactly, Space Cat. How do you decide smaller independent game? Is there a threshold for sales? I think it's something like after you've sold $200,000 of copies, actually, that they're like, all right, now you start making money, we're getting the money, the cost goes up, something like that. Maybe we're wasting Barnes as a target forward, but I feel like it's his thing. He could also be a pressing forward. I just want it to be a dickhead.
Right, Ashley. I want you to go out there and ruin their fucking day.
What do you want, boss?
Make them fucking miserable. Tell them the weather next week is going to take a turn for the worse. Tell them their dog's got hit by a car. He's alright, but he has been hit. Tell them he run out of butter. That kind of thing.
Right you are, Gaffer.
Tell them the ending to movies they haven't seen yet. Ruin books for them, you know. Olay!
Which managers would eat worms? I think I saw it and I just thought, oh, I don't want to read that. Cadden! Nicky Cadden! Putting Bristol City to the sword. Hey, ya! Oh, we're from Bristol! You've done this right in the heart, innit? Oh my god! I can't believe it! Thing is though, right? That's not fair though! I want to visit a football match. Alright, well, first of all, we're going to have to work on your lingo, Noshi. You don't visit a football match. You want to go to a football match. I want to see if I can go to a football match. So, first of all, whereabouts are you going to be? What level do you want to see? How much money do you have to spend? And so on. Because you're in the middle of the season, so the season's just started. Everyone's playing. There's 4 professional divisions. So you can, and pretty much anywhere you go will have a football team. You are, Weebs, but you can't go to Birmingham and Villa, mate. They'll one or the other will sniff it out of you. Smells like he's been to a Villa game, boss.
Yeah, it does.
Oh. Five Pro Divisions? No. There's 4. Premier League Championship, League 1, League 2. You're going in a West Brom shirt, but I mean, who's going to fuck with it? No one's going to fuck with Leeds. Actually, in Birmingham they might. Haven't heard from this lad. I did ask some questions. No, she has not responded. Next year. First up, London. Don't really care about the divisions, but want to taste the atmosphere in a stadium. Fulham is generally a good shout because they're not popular enough that it's impossible to get a ticket, and they're kind of set up in a nice part of London. It's pretty easy to get to, and you should be able to get in. We booked. I took my youngest a few years ago, and we booked. No, don't send him to Millwall. Fulham's nice. Nobody will mess with you. It's a pretty relaxed vibe. I would say Fulham would be a good shout. That would be my suggestion. Yeah, but I don't think he'll get into Brentford. It's pretty busy. Fulham is a good shout because they're not sold out very often. Why would you want a Millwall shirt? Fucking animals. Nicky Cadden pops up again. It is a nice stadium. Yeah, it is a nice stadium. And it's just a nice vibe. Fulham's chill. I didn't feel in any trouble there. Whereas Millwall, by the way, that was a comprehensive defeat of Bristol City.
Yeah, we're rocking and rolling now. You know, terrific result for the lads. I thought we played them off the park really, and we deserve the third place at the moment in the league. Really, really good performance, some good goals. Delighted Nicky Cadden's got off the mark. I think he's been a tremendous player for us last season, and he's looking good this season as well. That's not to diminish the accomplishments of the rest of the lads. They all look good. Delighted with the boys, and a great win.
I don't think it's that bad, Weebs, but it's certainly it's putting out a marker. It's putting out a marker. The marker is I support a team who are known for being complete cunts and racists. Bournemouth. It's going to be tough. I'm so torn. Man-fat football. Man-fat football. What is that an ad for? Oh, Zanka! It does seem to be a lot of charity ads on Footman, which is nice. Andy's Man Club. What's Andy's Man Club? Oh, it's trickled in. Oh, it's a men's suicide prevention charity. Wow, I love the fact that all the ads are just charities. That's very cool. Man versus fat. Football is for men with a BMI of 27.5 or over. Football is not for men of that size. Football is for men with a BMI 27.5 or over. I don't think that's true. Cool, fucking hell, ref! It's like rage in a cage here. Great ball from Barnes. Cadden! Can't make it. Oh, I read that as man versus fat. Football is for men with a BMI of 27.5 or over, but it's saying man versus fat football is for blah, blah, blah. I get you. I get you. Unlucky. Unlucky cadders. Good header. Cadders! McNeil! I think the idea is you do kick the skinnies out because you don't want the chubbies to feel bad, and I can relate to that. I wouldn't want to turn up with a little bit of a dad bod and have some skinny dad running around being like, worked for me, keep up with me, fatso. I want everyone to be in the same boat. It would be like going to an AA meeting if you'd never had a drop to drink in your life. Yeah, hi, my name's, well, actually I don't tell you that. My name is Tony. I've never had a drink in my life. It's been 47 years since my last drink. And life's great. Just want to catch up with you guys. Keep it up, lads. Yeah, the joint thing. My knees are fucked from all those years of playing five-a-side, and I used to be a skinny boy. I don't want to take Barnes off because I want him to... Oh, but he is in an aggressive mood. Alright, let's do this. Let's put Jallo to deep blind forward support. Where's Charlie McNeil is... Where's his ideal positioning? I think he's best up, like, just purely leading the line and scoring goals. Is anyone tired? Russell's nervous. We'll see if Kane can step into fill his shoes. Open the pesto for you? You know it's 10:23. What you need pesto for?
Lunch. I'm starving.
You're having lunch at 10:23?
Yes.
Is this brand new?
We've had it for like maybe a week or two.
Alright, give it a good stir before you use it.
Okay. I'm gonna have a pesto tomato and chicken sandwich.
Oh, sounds good. Oh, fuck off. Just not strong enough in the air there. What are you playing at, Anderson? Whoa. Oh, let's take it easy now, boys. Springett's been pretty poor. Alright, let's move Jallo out to Springett's position. And we'll get Connell on for Springett. And we'll pop him in the hole. Good result. We'll take that. It was disappointing not to win.
Disappointed not to win, you know. It's tough coming to a place like Bournemouth, obviously. Basically a Premier League side. So to come here and get anything was a bonus. I don't want to think too much like that and just think, oh, we're happy with a point. I want to be pushing for wins, and we have been doing that this season. So disappointed as a soft goal to give away as well, just a floaty ball to back stick, and the lad's got there and he's knocked it in. Fair play to him, but still disappointed. I think we could and probably should have got all 3 points. The lads are disappointed, as I say, but you know, a point away from home against one of the favourites to go up, you can't be too upset. But let's crack on and get 3 points next match. Sorry, I've got a worm in my mouth.
Martha has started making vegan mince pies.
Listen, all this nonsense about vegan pies, I don't know who started the rumour, probably a rival club, but let me tell you something, these are some of the best pies that Martha's ever made this season. I think they're the best. Price is the same as last. Only club in Championship to charge the same price for pies as we did in League One. So, you know, we're about fairness. And we're not owned by bloody Thames Water or out like that. You know, Barnsley's a fair club for fair-minded people, and let's be fair, the pies are brilliant.
Kill a Barnsley pie right now. Ah, the Leighton Orient. That was probably one of my favourite runs. Who was it that we took over? After Leighton Orient, was it like Blackburn or something like that? That was such a good storyline. So Leighton Orient took them over in League 2, got them up to the Championship, was then given the option to manage Blackburn. We got into the playoffs, second leg at their place, and who should score against me but that Scandi striker that I had that was fucking amazing. And like the atmosphere was hostile, it was booing, and he scored and denied us. It was brutal. Then we did go up. I think I then left Blackburn for someone else. Man, that was a good run. Yeah, being a snake. Oh man, it was really, really good run. Alfie Whiteman. The Bolton save was great. That was such a great save. We won. We went from huge debt and no money to the top. Won the Papa John's Trophy, I think, back to back. I think we won it back to back. Moncur was amazing for us. Popped up with so many goals. Go on, Barnes. Lovely ball. Oh, Nicky C! Can you believe it? God, what was his name? Tiny wee lad. He was like 5'7". It wasn't like Raoul, it was something else. It wasn't even very good. Ref! Oh. Cisco? Was it something like Cisco or Crisco? Cristo? Was it Cristo? He was absolutely diddy. He wasn't very good, but he was like our wonder kid. This has got Portsmouth goal written all over it. Oh. Collins, what are you doing, son? Good ball. Oh, Nicky. He's trying to make up for that penalty miss. Oh!
That puts the bow and ribbon on it, doesn't it?
It should be there, bottom right. Sometimes it turns it off for no reason. We're joint top with Norwich and Brentford.
Well done, lads. That was a good win for us.
God, I read that as Mourinho. John Mousinho. Who's he trying to fool? No wonder he got hired. We got Mourinho coming in. Hi there. John Mousinho here. Did you say Jose Mourinho? Hey? No. J. Mourinho. Sounds like Mourinho. It's actually José, I think, not Jose. José, because he's Portuguese, right? And isn't it Mourinho? José Mourinho, something like that. It's not Jose Mourinho. Player of the week is Dokugan Cynic. Great name. Dokugan. Diablo 4 live event in Korea had little to no attendees. Oh, that's desperately sad. Unhappy with his loan agreement? Does it matter if he's playing regular football? Alright. Fucking dick. Van Nistelrooy's a cunt. Oh. Discuss new contract. Sounds great. We'll sort that out. Young man? Young man? Does he really need to be here? Discuss new contract with agent. We're keen on signing reselling his contract. What would his demands be? That sounds great. We'll do that. Three-year contract for that much. Finalized deal. Job done. How many people are watching Diablo 4 on Twitch? Let's look this up. There are, sort by viewers high to low. The highest stream has 77 viewers. Wow. Wow. That's pretty fucking crazy. Artifact has 214 viewers, of course, because it's actually just South Park. This guy's watching a Gordon Ramsay documentary. Oh, this is Kitchen Nightmares UK. Right, let's have a look in here then.
Flying vegetables in from France is over the top, even for me. But the local shellfish is really top notch.
They are amazing.
They've been fished on Sky.
When they come down to London, they're definitely not that fresh, I can assure you. That is incredible. Fuck me. They've got the best of everything here. I mean, really.
Fuck me. Fuck me.
God, I love Gordo.
Fuck me. Got best at everything here.
Didn't Mitchell and Webb do a sketch about that?
With the ants expelled from the pavlova and the fridges switched back onto the wall, Max turns his attention to the menu.
Right, first thing to say about this menu is that it's just far too long. All right? You need food with balls. So, fresh local fish.
Do fish have balls?
Shut up! Have you got balls? Have you got hair on your balls?
Sorry, but yes, I do have hairy balls.
Shut up, you hairy ball prick! Right, so I've got some local salmon. I'm just chopping up some dill. Quick squeeze of lemon. Let it marinate for a bit. Sear it in a hot pan. Dollop of creme fraiche. Bingo, done, easy. Right, now you try.
What did you say after dill?
But Max's menu ideas seem to be causing problems.
Pulling my balls. This is how I showed you to do it. What the hell is that?
Well, I just...
What?
I just feel that...
What, mate? What?
You're much better at this than me.
What?
You're much better at cooking. That's obvious. That's why you've got a TV show and I've got a failing restaurant.
Well...
And it doesn't help me for you to show people that. I can't cook that. And there's loads of things in there that you didn't even mention, like a thing with a potato that might as well be magic as far as I'm concerned.
It's just local ingredients simply cooked.
By you! King Lear is just English words put in order. The only way any of this will help my restaurant is if you stay forever. Will you stay forever?
If you can't cook a simple piece of salmon, you shouldn't have a restaurant in the first place, mate.
Well, soon I won't, thanks to the fantastic advert this programme's giving me. They'll be queuing round the block when they hear all about the ants and that I can't cook.
Oh, don't be silly. You've got 50 covers out there.
Because you're in the kitchen. All you've done is boast and demonstrate the fact that any fool knew already that you're better at cookery than me.
OK, but will you keep it up?
Keep it up? I haven't got it up, as I'm surprised you weren't the first to say.
OK, it's been tough. Give me a hug.
Did you guys watch the Kitchen Nightmares US where he goes to those restaurants? Some of them are unbelievable. Just people who have... They've got a restaurant, they've got their customers that come in, they're just running it into the ground, but it was just like, they don't know how to do anything different. And I think the biggest challenge is you've got customers, you know what they buy and what they like, but it's the same people ordering the same things over and over again, and essentially that's just the way they like it. So you're kind of relying on this core tiny customer base who like really shitty food and you're like, you know, we got customers that order this and like it. It's like, yeah, but you could have more customers if the food was actually good. And some of the owners, oh my god, the state of the kitchen, the back room is always just genuinely shocking. It's almost like, I think that the typical bad ones are almost like a chef that's a hoarder. They don't throw anything out. They keep every piece of moldy fucking food. It's terrible. And they're so horrible to each other. Like, it's normally a family-run thing. I remember the one where the guy who ran the place did front of house. Just basically drank. Every night he was just fucking battered. He would be out there schmoozing with the regulars and just being drunk. It was really bad. The hotel one, I saw that, yeah. I saw one where he went to... oh, where was it? It was in New Orleans he did one. It was a pretty good episode. Oh, I can't even remember any highlights. What a diabolical game of football. I think that early season when he was in the UK as centre, I believe, it felt more... I agree. I mean, it did feel more like... This was a new idea. He didn't have a character to play up to yet. It didn't feel like he was like off camera. He's like, all right, get into characters. Gordon Ramsay. It felt more, you know, it felt more honest. Like he'd go there, he'd have a meal. It felt better. No, I don't think Gordon Ramsay is a cunt. I don't think he is. I think he's probably... Have you ever seen him with Marco Pierre White, where he was in his kitchen, like as a young chef? I think Marco Pierre White comes across as far more cunty than Gordon Ramsay. If you've ever seen Marco Pierre White's How to Cook a Bolognese, he just comes across as an insufferable prick. I'll see if I can find it. Sponsored by Knorr.
What we're going to cook now is the family favourite, the children's favourite, spaghetti bolognese. So we're making a bolognese sauce, or as they would say in Italy, a ragu alla bolognese. We have our minced beef, onion, celery, carrots, garlic, bay leaf, thyme, tomato puree, red wine, always optional, bit of olive oil, and the secret ingredient, beef stock pot.
Where's the pork? Where's the pork? I don't put red wine in, I put white wine in, and I don't put just beef, I put beef and pork.
So we'll cut some carrots quite small, as fine as possible.
I blitz them.
By chopping it fine, you're releasing those flavours into the bolognese. I think I remember my dear mother used to mince it, because my mother used to mince her mince herself. And I think she used to mince the carrots, the celery and the garlic, the onions, everything together.
I don't do the garlic at the same time because then it burns.
Exactly the same with the celery. Okay, again the onion, fine. Maybe not as fine as the carrots and the celery, but fine.
Untouchable.
Okay.
B minus?
We'll take some garlic cloves. Again, we've got to crush them. Slice them finely to begin with. If I'm honest, if I was at home, I would mince it through a food processor. Maybe the garlic I would crush. I'm going to use the garlic out of a tube. And once again, some salt.
Some salt.
All the salt does is just helps grind it down. Makes it into a paste. So you can see we have quite a fine paste there.
I don't like to grate the veg. I feel like it... I don't know.
We have the finely diced
At Marco's burial, a grieving family will typically throw in a final stock cube as the coffin is lowered.
By cooking without colour, we allow the natural sweetness of the sugar, the onion to come through. So we add our beef now, about 1.5 kilos. Again, we cook it with the vegetables to render the fat out of it, and then we can pour that off, and then we can proceed to make our bolognese.
So, I've no doubt in my mind that Marco Pierre White's bolognese is going to be great, right? No doubt. But I do it differently, and the reason I do it differently is because hold on. We had an Italian friend. We went to her house for dinner, and she had bolognese. She's from northern Italy, so they do it differently depending on where in Italy you are. She had bolognese in a jar that she'd made like earlier in the week, and she jarred it up. And we just went around for lunch, so she just cooked some pasta, and then she just like popped the jar, put all that in. You just stir it through with the pasta. Job done. And we do that. What we normally do is we'll have, when I do a bolognese, I do a lot, because you tend to get like 500 grams of beef, 500 grams of pork. Like, you can't get a smaller amount unless you go to the butcher's. So then we'll make a lasagna the next night. And the bolognese, if you put it in the fridge, like if you really wanted, in my opinion, the best bolognese that you could have would be to get the sauce and cook it the night before. And then put it in the fridge, seal it up, and then the next day you take out however much you need and you just stir it through the cooked pasta with a little bit of the water. So when I drain the pasta, I don't drain it until it's bone dry. You sort of drain it, and while it's still dripping, you put it straight back in the pan so it's a little bit wet, because most of that's going to evaporate anyway. Then you put the sauce in, and just in the same pan the pasta was cooked, and that plus the pasta heat will heat the sauce through, and you're away with it. And it's sort of, the flavour seems even better after sort of steeping overnight almost in its own juices. It's really, really good. But generally speaking, we'll have the bolognese that day that I cook it, and then I'll have a lasagna the next night. And you've already got the bolognese for the lasagna. So yeah. But I do a sofrito, which is like celery, carrot, onion. I do the garlic separately. I put the vegetables on an unbelievably low simmer with tons of olive oil and salt, and I let it sit there for ages. Like until it's like super, super soft. Then I put the garlic in, and I let that sit there as well. Again, very, very, very low. I'm talking like 10-15 minutes at the lowest heat possible on the smallest hob possible. Just bing chilling until it's really gentle, no browning at all, no hard bits, soft as fuck. I do the meat in a separate pan. Olive oil, salt, pepper, heat it through, get it all nice and brown and broken up. And then I add the sofrito to the meat pan because you don't want to lose those juices. I don't pour away the fat. I don't pour the fat away at all. That's the flavor right there. If you're just fucking leaning it all the time, oh, it's got to be lean, fuck off. It's going to taste like shit. Then I add white wine, deglaze the pan, get all those juices back up off the pan and into the mix. Then I add not much tomato. If you have fresh tomatoes, blitz those and put them in. And then a little bit of tomato paste, maybe. And then a little bit more salt and pepper, and then a little bit of sugar.
Yogcast rated with 147 views.
Thank you. Just like half a teaspoon of sugar. Maybe a teaspoon of sugar, depending on how big the bolognese is. And then I let it sit for like an hour. And I'll do a stock cube. I don't tend to do the beef stock cube. I tend to do a chicken or a pork stock cube. I don't bother with the bay leaf. If you've got fresh bay leaves, yes. But if it's out of this cupboard, I find it, most of those herbs and stuff are just kind of shitty. We did recently you can get these packs of frozen fresh herbs, and it's actually fresh. It's not the bone dry shit from your year-old oregano pot in the cupboard. It's like actually fresh and then frozen, so it's still not great, but it's better. Because we tried having a fucking herb garden. Anyone here in the UK, what herbs can you grow in your garden? I've tried growing basil, tried growing bay, I've tried growing rosemary. It all dies. It all fucking dies. There's someone near us, their front garden, the whole of their front hedgerow is rosemary. And if I know I'm cooking that evening, I'm walking past, I'll pinch a sprig of rosemary off. But the rosemary seems to persist. Mint and rosemary, that's it. My bay tree died. The rosemary bush we planted died. It all fucking died. It made me very sad. It should grow. You're right. It should grow. The allotments near us, a friend of ours has an allotment there, and we go over to help out sometimes when they're away. There are people that have a herb garden there where it's just all the herbs that you can imagine, and they're all growing beautifully. So yeah. Yeah, once rosemary's made it, it's made it. We went to Italy on holiday one time. The place we were staying had rosemary bushes all over the fucking place, and the smell of it, because the soil and the climate in Italy. If you get tomatoes in Italy, oh my god, Once you've had them, you can't. It's hard to have tomatoes at any other time. The ones we get over here are so bitter. It's not our fault. Shitty climate. First winter, all of our herb shit just dies. I think we need to buy it bigger. Get it as a bigger plant that's hardier. Get it in, give it a year to settle before we start pillaging. You know what? Here's a cheat for you. If you get you can get a jar of tomatoes, a can of tomatoes, like pureed tomatoes, Pizza Express pizza topping tomato sauce. It's fantastic. No word of a lie. It's fantastic. It's really, really, really good. I use those. But I don't use chopped tomatoes. That's another thing. I don't use chopped tomatoes in my bolognese. I use passata.
Go on, Nicky! Get have him!
Oh, where's he going? Yes, Barnsleh. Barnes! Oh! That's the third time he's hit the woodwork this season, by the way. Oh, ooh. Ooh, I don't know about that pen, but we'll take it. It is a big thing, but I mean, it is also a big thing in football. Like, I'm not kidding, but people hit the woodwork all the time. We played Brentford a couple of weeks ago. They hit the woodwork 4 times. If you've got the oven for it, you can make a pizza from scratch. It's the best pizza you'll ever have. If you make the dough yourself, the best pizza you'll ever have. It's so good. Ref, this is a disgrace. So yes, you can get a little pizza, like those little Pizza Express ones are pretty good, I think. There's a couple of other brands that are pretty good. I find the ones that are like really thin base. Here's a trick for you. Frozen pizza bases with fresh ingredients on top. Amazing. So good. So good. Surprisingly good. Offside, referee. Offside, referee? No? Okay. What's a Detroit-style pizza? Yeah, the cursor does turn into a ball. When it's thinking, sometimes it does it. Right. Jallo on for McNeil. Let's get Adam Phillips on for Sinani, who's still making his way back from injury. And we'll drop you back to midfield. And then Josh Benson is feeling complacent. Well, he can be complacent on the bench. So off you jog, son.
Nice jump, Alistair.
What's trattino
Oh my
basso
God!
on just
Oh.
resu bed for 42 months.
Helped a neighbour with his garden. He was as old as the hills. I broke my back through the summer so he didn't have to. Best tomatoes I've had were on his land. Good heavens. I thought that was going to be a poem there for a second. But yes, there's nothing like good tomatoes. When you have good tomatoes, you realise why the Italians put them in everything. Alright, lads. Can we fucking... Oh, it's been disallowed. Lucky. A lucky escape. Terrific result. Terrific result.
Absolutely delighted with that, you know. As I say,
That's to be a football manager, you have to say, as I say, even though you haven't said it yet.
as I say, you know, we've started really well. Good start to the season, and just we're getting into the groove. Championship's a big step up. You know, some good teams here. Some good teams. You got to be switched on, and I just think we've accounted us selves very well today. Give a good account of us selves. So I'm delighted, and obviously, you know, people are talking about where we are on the table. It's early days yet. I'm just happy to be on 20 points at this point of the season, honestly. But long may it continue.
It's been said that you're planning on replacing the pies next season with pesto sandwiches. Is this true?
As long as I'm manager, and as long as I'm above ground, there'll be no pesto sandwiches at Barnsleh. Alright? It's pies, 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 bovril, 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 all fucking day. Bet that.
Can you imagine a New Yorker getting the shite kebab shop pizzas we have over here? Their heads would explode. I mean, if you're going into a kebab shop and getting a pizza, or going into one of them chicken cottages and getting a pizza, what are you thinking? What are you thinking? It's like when people go to a Chinese restaurant and get chips and curry sauce. iPhone 15 is going to have USB-C. But things are not as simple as they sound. Tell me why. The iPhone 15, technically the 17th iteration of the Apple, has arrived with a big change that is sure to annoy many of us. Eventually, however, we'll breathe a sigh of relief. To comply with recent EU regulations, the iPhone 15, unveiled Tuesday, will abandon the Lightning connector that has been the method for charging iPhones for 11 years. In its place will be a different oval-shaped connector USB-C, a far superior cable. For the average tech user, change isn't fun. That all means that when Apple customers buy the next iPhones, they will no longer be able to plug in all the Lightning accessories they've collected, such as charging cables, speaker docks, and earbuds, which does suck. They'll have to replace those with new products that use USB-C connectors to plug into the new iPhones. The transition feels like a bit of deja vu. In 2012, Apple killed the relatively bulky 30-pin connector on iPhones to switch to Lightning, which rendered many speakers and chargers obsolete. Here's a solution. Is this impossible? Couldn't you just have a little adapter? Am I crazy here? Like, if they really wanted to do something nice, which they don't. I mean, they've got more cash than I think any company in terms of just actual dollars. If I remember, they are the richest cash company. So these are companies with the most cash. Apple has $202 billion in cash. I mean, they literally, that seems like, it is incredible. And you think, wow, they're so rich. But that's actually really bad. Like, if you just have money, there's no growth there. That's actually losing money, having that much cash in a stupid fucking way. You have to buy shit with it that goes up in value. Now, what Microsoft did is Microsoft owns so much real estate. Pretty much the whole of Bellevue seems to be owned by Microsoft. I guess Apple is like, we're not a real estate company. They should be. The smart thing for them to do would to buy something that appreciates, and that's land. They should buy land. So Google has $169 billion in cash. So, look at this. Apple has 7.6% of all cash held by the S&P 500. That is insane. Microsoft has $132 billion in cash. Just cash. Do you know what would be nice? And I wonder how much it would cost them if they just gave, in the new iPhone, you get the new iPhone with its USB-C cables and all that, and they give each new iPhone comes with 2 adapters for the old Lightning stuff that you've got. How much would that cost them really? It's not going to even make a tiny dent in their profits. I mean, you could knock those out for 5p, I reckon, if you're Apple. Just awful. Just awful. The crazy thing is the brand loyalty for Apple is so fucking big. They could instead, with every new iPhone, there is a turd inside the box and people will still buy it. The eye turd. Exactly. I'm waiting for lunchtime. I'm so hungry. Six of the most expensive Apple products. All right, what do we got? The gold Apple Watch, $17,000. The Mac Portable in 1989 was $7,300. Adjusted for inflation, that's $17,000 for a laptop. The MacBook Pro in 2023, $7,000. The Apple III in 1981, adjusted for inflation, is $15,000. The Pro Display XDR, it's a $5,000 monitor. The 20th anniversary Macintosh in 1997, $14,000. They've always been about ridiculously expensive products, haven't they? That's just their thing. Unfortunately, Obiolari is injured. He's our backup big man. Look at the Pro stand from Apple. The Pro stand. What does it do? £1,000 for a fucking monitor stand? Are you serious? Who's buying this stuff? Can you use the monitor without that? Does the monitor just sit on the desk otherwise? Apparently the water's back. I'm just going to check if this is true. Water is back. Panic over. Good Lord, love. You don't do either. That's an amazing sandwich. It deserves to be eaten. Oh. %90 of streams right now are chairs. Sorry, I had to go and do something. Fuck me. I'm not watching a free stream to watch a chair for 1 minute. do I see our attendance? Data hub? Competitions. %91% of capacity. That's pretty good. We sold out twice. Nice. I'm quite looking forward to Total War Pharaoh. I like it, the Total War games. I was tempted, you know, to reinstall Rome 2. I just like that era, battles in that era. I find them really interesting. But I didn't. But I probably should. DEI mod? What does it do that's so good? Great ball for Barnes. That's his first goal for Barnsleh. There's a lot to it. Okay. I'm still waiting. The company that made one of my favorite strategy games, which is Ultimate General Civil War, which I love that game. If you haven't played it, it's really cheap. It's about 10 years old now. It's quite basic, but it's just a lot of fun. There's loads of different scenarios. They're all good and interesting. Management of your army is really fun. It's a good game. And apparently they're making an American Revolution one, but it's been on a closed... I don't think it keeps talking about the beta, but it's been years and there's no sign of it, so I assume it's just not happening. Shit. I might have to install that. That was poor from McNeil. Is Barnsley Huddersfield, is that a derby game? Yeah, I've finished Ultimate Admiral Age of Sail a couple of times. I do like it. My issue with Ultimate Admiral Age of Sail is that it can be a little clunky. And the really bad part of it is the land battles. And I'd say it feels like about half the battles that you have are land battles. And somehow the land battles in that are not as good as they were in Ultimate General Civil War. Because they had to split it, I guess. You know, you're now doing 2 battle systems. I don't want to do any land stuff. Like, at all. But some battles are essentially a naval invasion. You turn up with the navy, you have to fight a naval battle, land the troops, the ships can support that. Like, it should be great, but instead the sea battle stuff is so fucking good. Oh, yeah! Dreadnoughts was bad. I talked about it on Triforce. It is bad. The battles in that are the most long-winded, frustrating thing imaginable. You will literally have 2 ships circling each other for half an hour. Just like barely dinking each other or missing. It's so grim. It's like, oh, we damaged his forward number 8 compartment. 18% with that strike. Ugh. So yeah, I do not recommend Dreadnoughts. How did you learn this game? This game? I'm not especially good at this game. You want to look at someone like Jack Work the Space. He's really good at this. Like, I don't really fuck around with the tactics too much. I just go on FM Scout and find a tactic that someone says is decent, and then I try it out, and if it doesn't work, I'll try another one. I like the making changes on the day during the match and signing players. That's what I enjoy. I don't enjoy having to figure out which tactics are busted and which are not and all the rest of it. And honestly, if you have a tactic that's doing well, just tweak it a tiny bit at a time. Because the AI will figure you out. I don't care about the training. I don't care about staff management. Fuck all that. I let the AI handle that. I just try and find tactics that I like, that fit, and having 2 strikers is much better, that I think, than just fucking having this boring 5-man midfield shit. We might have to change when we get to the Premier League, but we'll see. But essentially, let's say I changed one thing on here. One thing. I guarantee you the tactic would be completely different. It's really very hard. And you'll see people posting on the subreddit all the time, why isn't my tactic working? Why aren't my strikers ever scoring goals? And someone will be like, point out, you're using this role for the midfielder and you should use this role. And it could be something like, you're using Carriero, you should be using a Mazzala. And then you do that one change and suddenly it's a different game. It's quite tough. What I like is the storylines, trying to get a lower league club up to the heights, trying to sign really hype players. And my favorite thing is having a player that's with you from a young age develop and go on. Some of the players I've had do that. You just, it's almost like you become attached to them. This vid.
Rome 2, that now 10-year-old game upon which so many tears have been shed, and for good reason. But I'm here to tell you that there's another way, an actual way to enjoy this game to the fullest, and the solution is of course none other than DEI, the all-encompassing overhaul mod that realizes this game's full potential,
jump, Alistair.
which includes but is not
Briggs
limited
just
to
resubed for 14 months. Happy 14 months. Uppa Barnsleh.
Look at this. This looks banging.
that realizes this game's full potential, which includes but is not limited to a population system, new units, level systems, and even entirely new campaigns. If you also want to find out how my game looks so damn tasty, stick around and find out exactly why DEI is so amazing. And by the way, while I have you here, only 9% of people watching this video are subscribed to the channel.
Oh, shut the
if you
fuck up.
enjoyed, I'd really appreciate it.
Fuck off!
Just 5 playable factions, making this one of the largest and greatest Total War experiences of all time. As things go, Rome 2's vanilla experience ports perhaps the fundamentals, but it's...
I hate the call to action that people put in all their videos. Trying to shame me for not subscribing to your channel. I hate it. It's always in the first 30 seconds. They've obviously watched some fucking guide on how to do YouTube videos. It really fucking pisses me off. There's this one guy who does these videos and his voice is like this, you might know it. Did you know that in Did you know that in Rome 2 you can install the DIE mod? Did you know that in Rome 2? Like, that intonation, it's awful. It's awful.
A bare bones and lacking experience compared to what we have here. DEI is essentially Rome 2 as it should have been on launch, and I can't imagine how the game's reception would have been if this was the way the game shipped. So let's dive into why I'm hyping this up so much. And let's begin with the campaign mechanics first, because this is arguably where DEI has the most to offer. Rome 2 is nothing without its people, and DEI adds a deep and complex population system, meaning one of the major issues of the original Rome 2 campaign is actually fixed. In addition to the growth meter, which as usual counts towards the next city development stage, the population mechanic works quite differently. Population is divided into 4 classes, essentially the elite, working class, lower class, and foreigners. They're not just given generic names either, but each civilization offers unique population stratas, meaning the Romans will serve up names like patricians and plebeians, the Athenians include Politides and Barbaroi, and the Arverni offers the Rix and Pagi. All of these classes additionally make up your population in varying numbers, meaning you'll have fewer nobles and lower class workers, and it'll even be made up of one of the 4 classes. This means that you'll need to have enough manpower in the state, and the right barracks of course, to recruit the unit you want. If you've already missed fewer fresh troops on the battlefield. If you are lacking in people, there are always mercenaries of course, but even then these have their own population numbers to be aware of. Territory, as long as you have a food surplus of course. Unless supply lines can be maintained. Keeping those supply lines intact will mean if you want to take your armies further and into the future, a simple technological upgrade is not the only necessary achievement. Depending on the reform, various other requirements like turn times or conquest must be made, and they vary depending on culture as well. And the first is how factions work. Each one of the several dozen factions have been reoriented with new bonuses and negatives, meaning you are very much encouraged to make use of the strength and improved level system for characters, and new traditions, with edicts now being much more tailored to your situation, included, like for example changing your capital, or an improved diplomatic system with a better campaign AI. The Grand Campaign is of course the main event in DEI, but what's truly grand is that you can use this mod for every DLC campaign as well, making every experience, medium-sized factions, in different positions, all duking it out. They've managed to make this campaign feel so much more focused than it actually is at sporting absolutely beautiful and varied units. Like I said in the beginning, we have over 3,000 new models here, from all over this world. But other than just looking fantastic, DEI has also completely revamped how battles work, making units fight and behave differently, and offers actual functioning hoplite, spear, and phalanx formations. What it all comes down to in the end are much more intense and long-lasting battles, and it's no understatement to say that they will now often last between 10 and 30 minutes, depending on the armies fighting. DEI battles just feel so much better, look so much better, and work so much better. And with a deeper campaign AI and what amounts to a much more realistic and epic feeling battle system, this mod really is the whole package. DEI for Rome 2 is all this and so much more, and after nearing a decade of development, DEI is one of, if not the most comprehensive and polished Total War experience you'll get, and on its own brings all the unit cards and other UI tweaks and changes as well. But if you want a bit more spice, there are always visual mods to add on, and I personally can't play Rome 2 anymore without a select few. The first two are Orbis Aquarum and Orbis Terrarum, two mods that...
Okay, we'll keep hold of that bit. I'm going to install this later. I mean, a lot of these guys, when they edit these vids, they cut out every pause for breath. It's all so tailored. Like, if you have to breathe, people are going to be like, oh, he's breathing, and change the channel. Like, that's the fear, I guess. Everyone's fucking cream crackered. How is morale only mediocre? What's going on? Oh, why is he not happy? Oh, let me think. I need to think of the name of a YouTuber my kids watch. Think of the name of it, because I walk in on them sometimes watching YouTube vid and I have to leave the room. It's just so insufferable. I'll ask my youngest. Hold on. Alright, we've got one. Never heard of this guy. He's probably enormous. Film Cooper?
What's up, weirdos? I just watched a movie that was so bad. I'm not sure if you've heard about this. It's Spider-Man Lotus. It's a Spider-Man fan film, which seems like you wouldn't care about it, but it's made by a lot of like online content creator filmmakers.
Do you hear the edit there? She's watching a Sidemen video right now. Did you hear how he even edited out one breath?
You wouldn't care about it, but it's made by a lot of like online content creator filmmakers. Basically, their pitch for their own fan film went viral years ago, and they crowdfunded for it, and they got $100,000 budget just from strangers online to make their own Spider-Man fan feature film. Okay, sorry, I can't do the video with my hair looking so fluffy. Gotta put it back somehow.
This is so standard at the moment. Like, this is literally how these all look to me. The push in, and you won't believe it, but they wouldn't pause. And they always have to stop and make out like it's so natural. Oh, I just need to put these on. As if it's, this is just me just sitting down and talking to you. This isn't hyper scripted, hyper edited at all. Like, why do they do that? And it was terrible. Like, push in. And then they push out, and then they push in, and then push out. Movement, graphic. It's just I can't watch it for 2 seconds.
Anyways, people were really excited about this, and they had built it up like with a lot of hype. The director was specifically selling himself as like, I don't know, some sort of savant. He had a really big ego and was acting like he had this fresh take on Spider-Man that nobody else had been able to capture in movies before. And then his DM started getting leaked with screenshots, and stuff like this came out. This is from the director. I just got a message from John Watts. Holy sh! John Watts is the director of the Tom Holland Spider-Man movies. His movies still garb though. And then another one. Mercury is such a little, I'm not gonna say that, it's kind of a slurish word. Over that 9/11 tweet, he should leave Twitter for, alright. Oh yeah, and then here we go. Honestly, I don't see why people were so upset over me.
So she likes this guy. I just can't imagine being like that. I mean, I think she likes him because he's quite handsome and he's young. You know what I mean? Kids are always going to watch these handsome young hair havers. Who would I have been watching? That's a good question. I don't really know. I mean, the thing is, I don't want to have a go at any of these creators. You know, they're all making content, they're all getting views. People are watching it. It's obviously just the amount of attention that people have for online content is very short. And I find myself watching videos, and if they take too long to get to the point, I give up. I do it myself. I'm just like, oh, this guy's just taking too long. I mean, that last video was only 10 minutes, and I skipped through most of it. Whoa. Although he didn't bust a gut, and then when he got there, he just booted it. Christ. I mean, I don't mind that YouTube is... Oh, shit, Jallo's away. Does he have the pace to beat these men? He does not. That's so bad, Phillips. Oh.
I mean, you've seen this as a tough place to come. You know, Cardiff, they don't mess about. Big team, physical, quick, and they'll get at you, and they won't stop. So, very, very tough game. Happy to get a point, but honestly, you know, that was rough. That was a rough game. Could have maybe nicked it here and there, but we rode us luck. They hit the post, keeper made a save, so happy with a point, but a tough game. Tough game. Tough game. Lads, no Bovril today, though. No Bovril, because they didn't get a win. They don't get Bovril. Bovril's for winners. Put the Bovril down. Bovril's for closers.
How much credit do you give to the lads tonight, Gaffer? Not much. I just think our taste just changed when we grew up. I remember watching straight garbage on Newgrounds growing up. Yeah, I mean, I suppose I didn't grow up with the internet. But when I think about the crap I used to watch on TV, I think it was garbage, you know what I mean? Just shit. And we look back on it very fondly, but like, if you look at the He-Man cartoons, they were fucking awful. If you look at shows like Knight Rider and A-Team, they were fucking awful. They weren't good shows, but we watched them. I mean, we've taken shit content and now it's available online. And in a way, I think, in terms of the democratization of content creation, this is great. I mean, for all the flame that YouTube gets for the shit that's like that, I don't really see it as a problem. I don't see it as any different from TV shows that I have no interest in watching. Like, I don't watch Coronation Street or whatever. I don't watch EastEnders, but people do. And even if it's not to my taste, these are some of the most popular TV shows on British TV. There's a ton of shows. You watch it, you know, what's that one? There's that dating show where they're naked or whatever. Not my bag. None of that reality TV, Geordie Shore and all that. The thing where they're all good looking and they're on an island. None of that does anything for me. Is it really so different, that content, compared to the stuff on YouTube that isn't for me either? I don't think it is. And if you think about it, if it's on telly and I have to watch telly and I'm flicking around, I don't even have a choice. I can choose a channel, but the TV stations are going to all play the same kind of shit. So then you go to streaming platforms. And YouTube is like that, in that if you don't like something, There are literally millions of other videos for you to watch. So go watch those. And the algorithm, the nature of YouTube, is that it gets an idea of the stuff you like and says, well, if you like that, maybe you'll like this. So I watch, at the moment, if I go to my YouTube recommended page, my homepage, you guys won't like this. This is going to be shit. And some of it is stuff I'm not interested in that it still recommends me. I don't know why. So this is a guide to Baldur's Gate. This is the craziest ejections in college football, because I watch a lot of sports stuff. This is Series 1, Episode 14 of Dennis Norden's It'll Be Alright on the Night, which is like a TV blooper compilation show. Stuff from the news. This is Epic Battle Simulator stuff. I have no interest in this. Something about a bully gets violent then cries after this, so I'm not interested in that. The Starfield Experience. Clip from The Punisher. Because of 9/11 happened recently, all these videos seem to be promoted. This is the news stations reacting to 9/11. Stuff about Starfield, because I've been laughing at all the videos about that. Football memes compilation. Somebody watching a cheetah in a video game. Full episode of The Crystal Maze. Dave's 300,000 point Warhammer 40k Apocalypse game, Orcs vs. Chaos. That I want to see. I'm going to click on that.
Called a tabletop miniature war game, kind of like Risk or Battleship. I wanted to play the largest game that's ever been seen.
Okay, I made a joke about how someone turns up to a tournament and just slaps a giant robot on the table. So let's get to the good stuff. Let's get to when they actually have the battle and not just chinwagging. Americans love to yell.
Yes! Wait, what?
And so we began.
Look at this!
Seconds turned into the field.
Sorry, in my much chaos.
But Kyle has got something up his sleeve, and with a single roll of that 6, he's just successfully turned the tides of this battle.
Where's Attacker? We don't need enough, because now it's all the best structure.
Oh,
You're
one, 2, 3, 4.
Hey, you're the one that built it. Excellent. You know, that's the most important.
Getting older.
Entire force. The 2 leaders.
That goes through. You're down to 1.
15 years.
Okay, that was awful. I don't understand why I had pounding rock music in the background. I didn't even know what was happening with the game. It was loads of reaction shots. Bizarre. It was edited horribly, wasn't it? So, a story about Brian Clough comparing a modern crossbow versus a medieval crossbow. That's Tom's new channel, and that's Call of Cthulhu Roleplay with Simon and Lydia. Am I not in this one? I guess I'm not in this
Welcome, everybody, to the...
Oh, so this was a little duo with just them.
Good.
Okay. Highlights from a football match. This is a City Skylines vid. I watched Spiff's one this morning. Some stand-up comedy clips. People playing 10 of the worst reviewed games on Steam. Stuff about the NFL draft. This is an audio narration of the Battle of Kiev, or that's an animated version of it. Australia's weird geographical quirks, because I watch Map Men videos, highlights of old games, clips from TV shows, stuff with the Yogs in. That's the kind of crap I get recommended. Like, real old man fucking YouTube. Real old man fucking YouTube. And that's for me. And if I was 11, I wouldn't watch that shit either. Yeah, so the problem I have with Lindy Beige is that I enjoy the topics, but he's a little bit insufferable. And quite often, he'll get an expert on to ask him about something, And it's like he's trying to impress them by adding an extra detail that he knows about. Yes, and also that they wore green. So yeah. Yes, and of course we mustn't forget extra detail that I know about. You're not the only expert here, young fella. It's like, can you just let the expert do their thing? A little bit annoying. I like videos where people make things that are going to blow up in their garden. There's a guy... The one thing I don't like about them is how unsafe a lot of these are. The ones I like are where they, before they do anything, they get behind a giant screen and then push a button and something blows up. That I like, but when they're like, you know, is it Colin Furze? His stuff is bonkers dangerous. I cannot watch his shit. Fuck. Like, he will get on things without a helmet on. And he's like, we supercharged this shopping cart. And here I am being a terrible example to everyone. Oh, hey, way! And he's going along it. We're at 70 miles an hour! And he's on like a gravel track with no helmet. I was like, please don't. The slow-mo guys are great. I always feel they're very safe. Tifo's good, but the narrator is kind of annoying. I'm very picky. I think that's okay. But the narration voice I just find a bit tedious. I can't really put my finger on why. But they got it is good. It's good content. Again, a lot of it is just I just don't like the person doing the narration is a big part of it for me. And sometimes it's just shit. Wallop! Wallop! That's a goal. There are a lot of those guys that do videos where they like drop bowling balls off a dam. That was one of them. And they just all seem to be having the time of their lives. Just shut up and get on with it. You know what I mean? Just don't with the mate, can you believe it? Action shot of them drinking Coca-Cola or something. Just fucking do the vid. Just have a vid of people dropping bowling balls off something. Show me the ball come down. Show me the result. Next ball, please. Let's go. Don't do 10 minutes of build-up. Don't do all the drone shots of it. Just fucking get on with it. Drop the bowling ball. Drop the bowling ball. I would have a channel called Get the Fuck On With It, and we just get the fuck on with it. Hickok 45 here. We've got a little beauty here today. Courtesy of our friends at Federal Ammunition. Thanks for sending this over. And Bud's Gun Shop. He's got a bit of Dr. Hibbert. Oh, you slow bastard! That's your fault, Hjelder. The Forgotten Weapons guy, he'll do like a 45-minute video on the Uzi, and it's just like so fucking slow. It's very good. I mean, he knows his shit, but my god. Also, if you watch one gun video, that's all you get. Suddenly you got all these bros acting like they're in a fucking firefight when they're just in their back garden. Doing that shit where they get the gun and they like... And then they go BANG! Okay. It's like, come on, mate. You're not in a fucking combat situation. You're just showing us how a gun works. Or they will have to literally make fun of people who wish there were slightly less guns in the world. Like, take that, libtards. Like, you just fucking... Just shoot the gun, you big Chad bollocks. Ah, this was a shit result. Xbox Ahoy? I don't think I've heard of him. I'll have a look. Is he just called Ahoy? Oh. Are these like histories of how these games got here? Oh, I'm gonna watch this. Alright, first of all, is he Australian? Because if he's Australian, I've got a problem here. Let's have a look. Flamethrower. G'day, welcome to Xbox Ahoy. If he's like that, I can't watch it.
You're made out of meat. The flamethrower. A terrifying weapon capable of fiery devastation.
He is Australian, I fucking knew it. He sounds Australian.
And one so excessive, it barely seems real. So, what practical purpose does such a weapon serve? Why is such a fearsome weapon so fascinating? And what sort of maniac would wield one?
You think that sounded British? Just that sounded Australian to me. Just listen.
Weapon so fascinating. And what sort of maniac?
What sort of maniac? Are you 100% sure? He is English. Why has he got such a weird fucking accent? Why has he got such a weird fucking accent? Why does he sound like a fucking Aussie? What's going on? Something's going on with that. I'll tell you what. Something unacceptably Australian is going on with that accent. I'll have a look at those vids though. They look good. I do hear it. I hear it. I do hear it. True. And yeah, that's true. That's pretty true. That's how it is, dude. I tell you a channel you gotta watch. If you haven't seen him, Townsend's, baby.
Even cereal, donut, coffee, those are all the things you're thinking of, right? But in the 18th century, breakfast was nothing like what we think of as a modern breakfast. Those are way beyond what breakfast would be. The concept of breakfast in the 18th century is very different, especially for the working man. Yes, the occasional person in the 18th century did have eggs and bacon for breakfast, but usually that was in a social setting. If you had guests over and you were eating all together for breakfast, then it was a special meal. And yes, you would bring all those special things out, but the working man is not in that situation. He just wants to get his stomach full to get him through the morning until he gets to lunch. And so the breakfasts were all set around that concept. And we can see those references over and over if we look at the books and the writings in the 18th century. Whether it's a workhouse menu for the breakfast or a working man's menu where he's talking about what he's going to need to get the day going. Those are all very, very similar. They always have things like bread and cheese, maybe beer. Oatmeal is probably the one that shows up the vast majority of the time. It might be called one thing or the other, but in our parlance today, we're gonna just call it oatmeal. They might call it milk porridge or pottage or all these great names for it, but it's just oatmeal. Here's a menu from a book that's about hospitals, prisons, and workhouses. What's for breakfast? On Sunday, breakfast is 4 ounces each of bread and beer, sufficient, not exceeding a pint each. On Monday, breakfast was 1 pint of beef or mutton broth, well thickened with oatmeal.
So you're having for breakfast, it would have been small beer, probably, not beer. So a small beer is like very low alcohol beer. And I think the benefit of it would have been, remembering that they didn't have running water, was that you can have a big barrel of it, it's going to keep, and it doesn't taste like water that's in a barrel. It tastes like beer. So small beer is like, would be given to kids and all the rest of it. So it's just a way of adding longevity to water and flavour. Because think how often they just had to drink slightly shitty water. Like out of a well. Beer keeps nice and well. Perfect. And fills you up. Bit of extra calories as well in a beer. But oh my goodness, that would have been great. A pint for lunch. A pint for breakfast. Nobody's thinking, you having a fucking pint for breakfast, you degen? They'd be like, only 1 pint this morning? Ha ha ha. Bring me more pottage. No, like I said, it's small beer, so it's low alcohol percentage. That's why it would have been okay. I don't think it would have been shit beer. I think there's this idea that all the food back then was garbage, but there's still people having to eat. I don't think they would just, well, here we go, shit beer again. I mean, I don't think that's true. I mean, a lot of it would have definitely been brewed locally, probably by the, if you had a house, you'd have a little mini brewery going on, or maybe you'd buy barrels of beer, but you could just brew it yourself pretty easily. So they were doing beef or mutton broth, so like Bovril, with porridge in. That'll fill you up. That is a savoury breakfast. My God. It would have been local, so it would have been fresh. It would have been free of any kind of fucking additives and all the rest of it, which of course has its own fucking problems. But the idea that they ate and drank like everyone was fucking desperate and miserable all the time, I'm pretty sure food would have been one of the best things about living back then. It would have been pretty good. Maybe not as varied a diet as we would like, but they would have had loads of fresh vegetables, right? Because they fucking would have grown fresh vegetables. Sorry, why is Brad not playing? Brad gonna sit this one out? Oh, we'll give the new boy a go. Why is Luke O'Connell unhappy? Lacking sharpness. Oh, I thought he was unhappy. Alright, lads, let's turn this around. '17th century, I think they would have had potatoes, no? By the end of the 18th century, it was written in the 1785 edition of Bon Jardinier. There is no vegetable about which so much has been written and so much enthusiasm has been shown. The poor should be quite content with this foodstuff. 18th century, we definitely had potatoes. Well, right, but I'm not talking about were present, I'm talking were commonplace. So yeah, we definitely had potatoes by that point. Who was it we were saying some of the other day about potatoes? It might have been on one of the casts, actually. I'd read something about how when they initially brought potatoes to Queen Elizabeth's court, and they turned up with these potatoes, and they were like, "Oh, you must serve us these new potatoes," and the chefs were like, "What do we do with them?" So they cut off and served the leafy part of the potato, and they threw the tuber away. They were like, "No, that's clearly not the edible bit," and people got quite sick apparently. Oh, Williams, McNeil has a pop. Ingram claims it. Well, we were talking about the 18th century because that vid was talking about 18th century cooking. A Darmatriore? Fucking hell. Well, this has been poor. What team have Hull got? They've got a pretty fucking spicy team. That's poor, Barnes. That's very poor. I'm going to demand more. Well, this has been desperately poor. Yes, referee. Oh yeah, the potato was huge. There's a Wikipedia article about it. Like, what it did for population and stuff like that. Does EU4 go up as far as the 18th century? Wouldn't that be... I don't know how far it goes. My wife certainly thinks tomatoes are poisonous, unless they're in a sauce. Easy to grow, they store pretty well, they cook up nicely, and they fill up my belly with lovely potatoes.
We ain't had nothing but mouldy bread for 3 stinking days! Yeah, we need some meat.
What about them? They look fresh.
The White Wizard said that they had to get to Isengard unmolested. What about their legs? They don't need those.
That's one of my favourite scenes of the trilogy. Actually getting to see the orcs. Or the Uruk, I should say. Oh! Christ. Let's do this. Oof. Oh!
Grunt, 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 grunt.
They're just so rewatchable. I think every performance is so good in that film. There's no actor whose performance you think, ah, fuck, I hate this guy. They're all so good. Ah, it's just a great movie. Oh my god.
Yeah, well, that's an absolutely tremendous, tremendous result. Really, really, really brilliant. Coming back from 2-0 down, looked very, very rough in the first half, but the boys have done magnificent. You know, all tough side. They're going to be a tough side this year for anyone to come here and get 3 points from being 2-0 down. That's huge. Inside 20 minutes, we were a disaster. Disaster. Gave the lads a wee bollocking, sip of Bovril, and they were right back at it. And promised them half-time pies, Deirdre's pies, phenomenal, did the job. So yeah, please no drug testing for a couple of weeks because those pies were magic.
The only thing missing is Tom Bombadil and his stupid fucking wellies. Yeah, get him out. Get him out. Get him out. No need. No need. I mean, the pacing of the films is perfect. There are all right. There is one thing that I don't like, and I realize this might be heretical, but let me find this scene. I don't know if this is a meme vid. I'm just looking for this scene. I hate this scene. Frodo. And he gives this weird look to Legolas, like, remind me? I just hate that scene. I hate the slow down. It's like he's dropped the frame rate by like 10. So everything's just kind of like, ah ha ha, Gandalf. It's just too much. It's just too much. I just can't bear it. And every time I get to the scene, I'm like, oh, this bit. Death is still in it. This lad is a fucking liability. No more fucking about from you, sir. Oh, the female interactions only? That's very funny. It's the one scene where Eowyn talks to... Not Eowyn, sorry. What's her name? It is Eowyn. It is Eowyn. Arwen is the elf, right? Eowyn talks to the mother for like 2 seconds. Yeah. No, I thought Arwen was the elf. If you want to do this test, you can do this. It is quite interesting. Oh, is it the old lady talking to the child? Is that it? Oh yeah. It's called the Bechdel test, I think. It was a cartoonist who came up with it. Oh! Yeah. For anyone that doesn't know, just try this with a film. Next time you watch a film, just see if you can spot this. It is quite funny. The test is there a scene in the film where two female characters talk to each other and they're not talking about a man? It is incredible. It is genuinely incredible how often it just doesn't come up. There's just no conversation between two female characters unless they're saying, what do you think about Tony? Oh, he's the worst, but there's something about him. You know, it's like, yeah, they're having a conversation, but they're just there to provide background character for a male character. Background, like, detail for a male character. Either way, just next time you watch a film, just in the back of your mind, just see if there are any scenes in it where that happens. I do it every film I watch now. I mean, it's not like every film you have to shoehorn that in. I hate that. You see a lot of movies do that, where you think, oh, because this is pandering. You know, you don't actually give a shit. You've just decided we need to do this because otherwise we'll look like dicks. Who was injured there? Springett. Let's get you on for McNeil, and we'll get Nicky Cadden on for Springett. Yeah, like Das Boot, it's not going to work. I was watching Greyhound the other day, which is a really good sub-movie, where you don't actually see underwater much at all. But it's Tom Hanks. It's about a destroyer escorting a convoy across the Atlantic, and it's basically set between the point where they leave U.S. air cover and before they get to British air cover, and it's just superb. It's like non-stop tension, action. Tom Hanks is really good. The accuracy of the naval sort of recreation stuff is really good. That was a top goal, by the way. It's excellent. It's an excellent film. Really, really good war movie. I loved it. Even though it's very straightforward. I absolutely fucking loved it. I loved it. Unrepentantly loved it. There's one female character in the film, and I think we see her at the start when she wishes Tom Hanks well, and then occasionally he thinks about her. And that's it. But it's a film set in the middle of the Atlantic in World War II. What are you meant to have? Suddenly there were a couple of female stowaways. We have a side plot. I mean, that would be funny, but it wouldn't work. It's just it is fun. It is a funny test to do. The Bechdel test. It's a funny little thought experiment, and sometimes you'll be like astonished when it's like, oh, I thought that there were loads of really strong female characters in that film, and then you look and actually they're just there to back up the blokes. But Wahlmeister, they were on the radio because they were already spotted. Like, they knew where they were, and they were just like, ooh, just taking the piss. Yeah, I do agree, it seemed a bit silly. Barnes here, lovely turn and shot. Luton in the bin, where they belong. I was pleased to see that the British characters in the film were not complete dickheads like I thought we'd be. Like, I was fully expecting the British ship captains to be like twats, because in every American war film of recent years, especially ones with Tom Hanks in, the British are all clowns and idiots and arses. Whether that be Band of Brothers, whether that be Saving Private Ryan. Like, they even took the time in Saving Private Ryan to shit on Monty. Fuck off. There's not even any British soldiers in this. What? We don't have a voice. How about you bastards leaving us to it for fucking 4 years? Spielberg does not like the British. I'm happy to go on record as saying I don't think he likes us. Someone must have been rude to him in a fucking screening over here or something one time, or they didn't get his coffee right. There must have been something. Because I swear to God, he does not like British people. You're British, Gammy. I'm not British, I'm Welsh. Really? What does your passport say, mate? We added a bit of your flag into the flag. Can't remember which bit, but there's something in there. Is it the red bit? I don't know. Probably not. It's a bit. There's a white background. There's a white background on the Welsh flag. Bit of it. I still think we should stick the dragon right in the middle, but what do I know? Well done, lads. That was a good win for us. Well, Sarcastic Samurai, I'm delighted to see the Soviets portrayed badly in Hollywood movies. I can get on board with that. Yeah, Jamie, I saw a making of it was a documentary about the making of the movie Aliens and how James Cameron was losing his mind. Losing his mind about the way the Brits worked, because we've got really good skills over here and studios and stuff like that. Really, really good. A lot of very talented people working in the film industry are British, and of course tons of actors, tons and tons of actors. Think how many films you've watched recently where pretty much half the characters playing Americans are British. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I mean, Succession. Two of the big names in Succession were Brits, and one was an Aussie, right? And I don't know if it is cheaper to film over here, but I'd have to check that. I do get emails from a couple of people who work in the film industry in the UK, because I did a bit on an episode about what happened to the British film industry. I'm not sure I understand the UK love for Montgomery. He could be really good, but he could also be really bad, but he always had an excuse for the bad. I mean, yes, he was a grandstander, and yes, he was a bit of a tit, and he did love a big plan and all the rest of it, but we'd been fighting a war against a superior opponent, basically on our own, for some time. And as much as it's easy to say that the American generals were better, and I mean, they arguably were. I think his slowness and caution a lot of the times was because it wasn't like you just served a year and went home. You were called up. You were in the army until this was over. So some of those guys had been fighting for 5 or 6 years at this point. And it's all very well saying, go, 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 just get in there, but I would rather be cautious with our small army of tired veterans who don't want to throw their lives away now that they can sense the end of the war. And the Americans came in fresh and full of vim and vigor with all the ammo and all the equipment in the world and had suffered hardly any losses by comparison. I mean, the Pacific Theater, different entirely. That was suffering for the Americans. Fucking grim. But I just think you've got to understand that for me, his first and primary job should be, let's let the Americans have a fucking crack here. Do you know what I mean? Like, let's not have all of our troops killed in another war. Especially not when we've got the might of the United States with as big an army as you've ever seen coming out. Let's lean on them. And I know you could argue that it's not their war and that really we should be chipping in as much as possible. But I certainly think we did our share. We're not a big country. We didn't have a vast army like them. We didn't have endless resources like them. We had to fucking borrow money from them to pay for shit. That's how bad it was. So I don't know. You can't compare the British Army and the American Army. You just can't do it. We did pretty fucking well with what we've got, and given the size that we were, in my opinion. So I think Montgomery understood that, and equally understood that it was important for British morale to sometimes give us the fucking headlines as well. I mean, it may seem unfair from an American vantage point, but I completely understand a lot of the reasons for why he did things. And he did well in North Africa, right? He did that was a decent thing in North Africa that they did. Nah, he's talking for the British press. He doesn't give a shit about the American press. You guys aren't going to back out because of something that Monty said in the press. He's doing it for the British press. We need to keep the morale high as well. We've been bombed and fucking rationed for years. Fuck off, you know? Let Monty get in there in the press and say some shit. Who fucking cares? Just win the war. Okay, so I just said to him, you're going to have to settle for what you're getting, and he said, fine. SAS Rogue Heroes. Oh, man. What a fun fucking show. Don't read all the shit online about how, actually, that's not the way it was. It was a fucking banger. That show was fun as fuck. Where's AFC Wimbledon's ground? Oh, it's over in Tooting. The door! Sorry about that. Good combos. Go on, McNeil. Swat it. I want to eat my noodles, but I also want to see how this goes. This is a walloping. Sarcastic Samurai, are you Russian? By any chance? Because they have a very rosy view of World War II, in my opinion. Lest we forget, they were on the same fucking side as the Nazis for a bit, or is that going to get ignored? Lest we forget how much all these countries that went on to be independent, but were part of the Soviet Russia at the time, were hugely useful in helping to commit the Holocaust. Let's forget all that. What? I said the media have been giving you a lot of credit lately, but don't let it go to your head. I think that's a fair thing to say. Now they're all demoralised and pissed off. They did not like that little chat, did they? I never know what to say. Throw bottle, Nick? I think it could be throw bottle. Oops, I accidentally did rewind. Rewind. When the crowd says Bo, selector. Rewind. I'd like it if the players afterwards were like, you were right, Gaffer, we took our eyes off the ball and we lost that second half. Speaking to the Daily Mirror, John Stones took time to sing the praises of the informed Daniel Sinani. Stones professed just how big a fan he is of Sinani. Why would John Stones be doing that? Why would John Stones give a shit about a winger currently playing for Barnsleh? Is he like mates with him or something? Did they ever play together? What? Why is John Stones? He's a Barnsleh fan? Gotcha! Makes sense. Makes sense, thank you.
And 4 ounces of bread. Tuesday is 4 ounces of bread and a pint of milk pottage. Again, just basically milk oatmeal. Here's the diet for prisoners of war in a Liverpool hospital. The low diet is water gruel or panada, which is made with breadcrumbs and milk, rice gruel, milk pottage or broth, 8 ounces of bread, butter, and for a drink, toast and water. In an 18th century book called The Farmer's Tour, they talk about a farmer's breakfast. Monday, he's going to have beef broth. On Wednesday, beef broth. Breakfast for a Thursday is just milk in the summer and milk broth in the wintertime. William Ellis talks about farm workers in the 18th century. He says, the men generally eat 5 times a day. At their first setting out, they eat a little bread and cheese or apple pie with a draught of small beer or half a pint of strong beer per man. At 8 o'clock in the morning, some send for breakfast. Boiled milk crumbled with bread, others milk porridge with bread, others posset with bread, or bread and cheese. So far we've covered working men, maybe people in prisons or hospitals or workhouses, those kinds of settings. But what about rich people in the 18th century? What are they eating for breakfast? Now we do have social settings where they talk about these amazing breakfasts with all these eggs and bacon and all that good stuff. But most of the time, they're just eating a simple meal, and a great example is William Byrd III's diary in the early 18th century. He's in Virginia, and he talks about having breakfast, and almost always it is simply boiled milk. That's what he says. Now, he might just mean milk warmed up, like a milk broth, or he might actually mean a milk porridge or milk pottage along basically oatmeal again. Here we have the breakfast of the late Duke of Bridgewater, an abstemious man, but his breakfast was a mess of water gruel. A very, very simple breakfast. Benjamin Franklin's autobiography also mentioned this classic breakfast of bread, cheese, and beer. And you say, well, now why do you have a breakfast of bread, cheese, and beer? Well, most of us don't want to spend a lot of time cooking for breakfast, and that's exactly what's going on in the 18th century. Most of these breakfasts don't take very much time. Even the oatmeal is called hasty pudding because it's a pudding that only takes a few minutes to make. And in the case of bread and cheese, well, you just need to slice them and drink them down with your beer, and your breakfast is done.
Damn.
As we continue to dig into the research of the 18th century, we will find the occasional very strange breakfast. And here's one that references drinking mulled wine and cakes, probably to get over a night of revelry. Sometimes when we're researching, we'll find some of the most interesting things in very kind of odd places.
I had an idea for a sitcom.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Joe Pro 99 just resubbed for 24 months. Sorry, let it lapse.
Samuel Pepys, his diary just stopped. And they were like, we think he went too blind to write or whatever. But his diary just stops. He didn't die. I'm thinking he got sucked into a time hole and was spat out into London in the year 2023. And some guy finds him, a guy who lives alone, and eventually he ends up living with this guy. And this guy is like typical Londoner, bit, you know, but he's also like, he's a bit of a slob and quite ignorant. And now Samuel Pepys has to cope with 21st century London. I think that would be really funny. There's a lot of potential there. It would be historical comedy.
There's a book from the 18th century that has to do with helping people understand French and English. So if you're trying to learn French, and it's a book that's written with French on one side, English on the other, and it has a dialogue going on. And here's a dialogue about breakfast. Will you have breakfast? Is it time for breakfast? What will you have for breakfast? Bread and butter? Milk porridge? Water gruel? All that is children's meat. Bring us something else. There are sausages and petty pates. Shall I bring a gammon of bacon? Yes, bring it. We shall cut a slice of it. Lay it on a napkin on that table and give us plates and knives and forks. Notice I didn't have any spoons. You promised me fried eggs and bacon. Here are some. Eat new-laid eggs. Here are some soft eggs in the shell. This is a rotten egg. So an egg be but fresh, I care not whether it be soft or hard. There are many books in the 18th century describing the plight of the poor or trying to help them out, giving them recipes. And here's a recipe for oatmeal that tries to go above and beyond, but still be very, very inexpensive. It's called savory water gruel. That sounds good just right there, doesn't it? You take some water and oatmeal, and then you shred in onions or leeks. And that's going to give you this new kind of flavor so you don't get burnt out on that same oatmeal flavor over and over. Imagine this dish that might be called milk pottage or milk porridge. It might be called gruel or water gruel or even hasty pudding. They're all basically the same thing, and today we would call it oatmeal. Here's the description that's in one of the 18th century texts. It says, hasty pudding is made by putting oatmeal gradually into boiling water and stirring it about with a peeled stick and letting it continue to boil in that thickened state until sufficiently enough. When it is taken off the fire, it is poured out into pans, into pots, or dishes to cool and then eaten with butter or more commonly with skimmed milk. It is an agreeable, nutritive, and healthy food, and is generally breakfast and supper for the laboring people in the northern parts. Let's make up a dish of this porridge or hasty pudding so we can try out the 18th century breakfast. We're going to take our water and start to get it to boil. Now, some of these recipes are a little bit different. They use a mix of 50-50 milk and water. But we get that boiling or just to boil, and then we slowly stir in our oatmeal, or in some cases we might use a different kind of grain. We could use flour or even cornmeal if we were in North America. But we slowly stir that in, and it will start to really get a bubble and boil. We might need to turn down the heat a little bit, and it'll start to thicken and thicken. And when it gets to about the thickness you like, we're going to take it off the fire. We may even take it off the fire just a little bit earlier than that, because it'll continue to absorb those liquids in there and get thicker and thicker as it goes. When we think about breakfast, we're thinking about eggs and bacon. Maybe we're thinking about pancakes and toast, but this is the breakfast of the vast majority of people in the 18th century, and that's it. They're having this, whether they're workmen, maybe they're sailors and this is their breakfast. Even rich people in the 18th century, many of them were eating just this for breakfast. It couldn't get simpler. It's just oatmeal boiled in a little bit of water, maybe with milk, and put that butter on top. And if you really need to, you can add some brown sugar, but just like this. Let's see what it's like. It is really, really good oatmeal and makes a great breakfast, whether it's today or 300 years ago.
Oh, I love this channel so much. I mean, remember, the reason that I think they would put milk in so many things, and like oatmeal lasts for ages, sugar keeps, butter keeps, you've got to use milk or it's going to go bad. You want to make it for as many meals as you can. Get the milk in there. Get the, get whatever we've got in there. No fridges. God. And I guess as well, maybe you go out and buy stuff for the next couple of days, pop to the market, or your wife would, or a servant would. You could keep stuff in a pantry, but milk isn't going to keep for very long. Even in a cool room, it's not going to last for that long. So you turn it into cheese, and you turn it into butter, so that it has a bit more longevity to it. And for your breakfast, you've got to have the stuff you've got in the house that's good to eat. And stuff you've got to use up, like the milk, before it goes bad. You can't wake up in the morning and have schmancy breakfasts every time. The most important job in the world.
It's hard to overestimate the importance of the blacksmith in communities of the 18th century. Without the blacksmith and what he does, life stops. Without the blacksmith...
You know, I'm a little worried. Sometimes you see a wider shot of the Townsend sort of area. I don't know if Townsend's is like a farm or what, or if it's like a recreation center that you can go to visit. But you see people in the background dressed appropriately and you know, living the life of the 18th century. What if he's a cult leader and that's why he's so charismatic? And he's decided, throw away all the accoutrement of modern life. Come live with me at Townsend's. And once you live there, you can't leave. No phones allowed, no motorized traffic. You're just stuck there living an 18th century existence.
We don't have carriages, we don't have ships. The carpenter doesn't have tools, the farmer doesn't have tools, and without the blacksmith, we don't have anything to cook with. Basically, we're back in the Stone Age. Imagine you are the person in the community that without your labor, no one could do their job. That's the blacksmith in the 18th century. What is blacksmithing? Moxon in 1703 gives us a definition in his book of handiwork. He says, smithing is an art by which an irregular lump of iron is wrought into an intended shape. So this means that whether it's a tiny tack or a giant anchor, it's all done by the blacksmith, and he starts off with a big hunk of iron. Picture the day of the blacksmith. This is not an easy job. He's got to get up early, and he's building a hot and smoky fire with dirty coal. He's got heavy tools like hammers, dirty tongs. He's picking up iron, and he's getting it as hot as possible and working it. And he does this over and over again every single day. Who is the blacksmith?
Let's see if I can find this vid. I love this vid.
An engineer might like to make a spherical can. It has the smallest surface area for a given volume, and so it uses the least amount of material. And it also has no corners, and so no weak points, because the pressure in the can uniformly stresses the walls. But a sphere is not practical to manufacture, and of course, it'll roll off the table. Also, when packed as closely as possible, only 74% of the total volume is taken up by the product. The other 26% is void space, which goes unused when transporting the cans or in a store display. An engineer could solve this problem by making a cuboid-shaped can. It sits on a table, but it's uncomfortable to hold and awkward to drink from, and while easier to manufacture than a sphere, these edges are weak points and require very thick walls. But the cuboid surpasses the sphere in packing efficiency. It has almost no wasted space, although at the sacrifice of using more surface area to contain the same volume as the sphere. So, to create a can, engineers use a cylinder, which has elements of both shapes. From the top, it's like a sphere, and from the side, it's like a cuboid. A cylinder has a maximum packing factor of about 91%, not as good as the cuboid, but better than the sphere. Most important of all, the cylinder can be rapidly manufactured. The can begins as this disc called a blank, punched from an aluminum sheet about 3/10 of a millimeter thick. The first step starts with a drawing die, on which sits the blank and then a blank holder that rests on top. We'll look at a slice of the die so we can see what's happening. A cylindrical punch presses down on the die, forming the blank into a cup. This process is called drawing. This cup is about 88 millimeters in diameter, larger than the final can, so it's redrawn. That process starts with this wide cup and uses another cylindrical punch and a redrawing die. The punch presses the cup through the redrawing die and transforms it into a cup with a narrower diameter, which is a bit taller. This redrawn cup is now the final diameter of the can, 65 millimeters, but it's not yet tall enough. A punch pushes this redrawn cup through an ironing ring. The cup stays the same diameter as it becomes taller and the walls thinner. If we watch this process again up close, you see the initial thick wall and then the thinner wall after it's ironed.
Isn't this nuts?
Ironing occurs in 3 stages, each progressively making the walls thinner and the can taller. After the cup is ironed, the dome on the bottom is formed. This requires a convex doming tool and a punch with a matching concave indentation. As the punch presses the cup downward into the doming tool, the cup bottom then deforms into a dome. That dome reduces the amount of metal needed to manufacture the can. The dome bottom uses less material than if the bottom were flat. A dome is an arch revolved around its center. The curvature of the arch distributes some of the vertical load into horizontal forces, allowing a dome to withstand greater pressure than a flat beam. On the dome, you might notice 2 large numbers. These debossed numbers are engraved on the doming tool. The first number signifies the production line in the factory, and the second number signifies the body maker number. The body maker is the machine that performs the redrawing, ironing, and doming processes. These numbers help troubleshoot production problems in the factory. In that factory, the manufacturing of a can takes place at a tremendous rate. These last 3 steps, redrawing, ironing, and doming, all happen in one continuous stroke and in only a 1/7 of a second.
1/7 of a second! A 1/7 of a second!
Maximum velocity of 11 meters per second and experiences a maximum acceleration of 45 Gs. This process runs continuously for 6 months or around 100 million cycles before the machine needs servicing. Now, if you look closely at the top of the can body, you see that the edges are wavy and uneven.
Yes, Captain Payne, I do.
These irregularities occur during the forming. To get a nice, even edge, about 6 millimeters is trimmed off of the top. With an even top, the can can now be sealed. But before that sealing occurs, a colorful design is printed on the outside. The term of art in the industry is decoration. The inside also gets a treatment. A spray-coated epoxy lacquer separates the can's contents from its aluminum walls. This prevents the drink from acquiring a metallic taste and also keeps acids in the beverage from dissolving the aluminum. The next step forms the can's neck, the part of the can body that tapers inward. This necking requires 11 stages. The forming starts with a straight-walled can. The top is brought slightly inward, and then this is repeated further up the can wall until the final diameter is reached. The change in neck size at each stage is so subtle that you can barely tell a difference between one stage and the next. Each one of these stages works by inserting an inner die into the can body, then pushing an outer die, called the necking sleeve, around the outside. The necking sleeve retracts, the inner die retracts, and the can moves to the next stage. The necking is drawn out over many different stages to prevent wrinkling or pleating in the thin aluminum.
Just number
7. Since the 1960s, the diameter of the can end has become smaller by 6
and this
millimeters.
one's number 9.
From 60 millimeters to 54 millimeters today. This seems a tiny amount, but the aluminum can industry produces over 100 billion cans a year, so that 6 millimeter reduction saves at least 90 million kilograms of aluminum annually. That amount would form a solid cube of aluminum 32 meters on a side. Compare that to a 787 Dreamliner with a 60-meter wingspan. Now, after the neck has been formed, the top is flanged. That is, it flares out slightly and allows the end to be secured to the body, which brings us to the next brilliant design feature, the double seam. On older steel cans, manufacturers welded or soldered on the ends. This often contaminated the can's contents. In contrast, today's cans use a hygienic double seam, which can also be made faster. This can is cut in half so you can see the cross-section of the double seam.
Look at that.
To create this seam, a machine uses 2 basic operations. The first curls the end of the can cover around the flange of the can body. The second operation presses the folds of the metal together to form an airtight seal. While the operations themselves are simple, they require high precision. Parts misaligned by a small fraction of a millimeter cause the seam to fail. In addition to the clamping of the end and can body, a sealing compound ensures that no gas escapes through the double seam. The compound is applied as a liquid, then hardens to form a gasket. The end, attached immediately after the can is filled, traps gases inside the can to create pressures of about 30 psi or 2 times atmospheric pressure. In soda, carbon dioxide produces the pressure. In non-carbonated drinks like juices, nitrogen is added. So why is a beverage can pressurized? Because the internal pressure creates a strong can despite its thin walls. Squeeze a closed pressurized can, it barely gives. Then squeeze an empty can. It flexes easily. The can walls are thin, only 75 microns thick, and they're flimsy. But the
75
internal pressure of a
microns!
sealed can pushes outwards equally and so keeps the wall in tension. This tension is key. The thin wall acts like a chain. In compression, it has no strength, but in tension, it's very strong. The internal pressure strengthens the cans so that they can be safely stacked. A pressurized can easily supports the weight of an average human adult. It also adds enough strength so that the can doesn't need the corrugations like in this unpressurized steel food can. While initially pressurized to about 2 atmospheres, a can may experience up to 4 atmospheres of internal pressure in its lifetime due to elevated temperatures, and so the can is designed to withstand up to 6 atmospheres or 90 psi before the dome or the end will buckle.
90 psi.
Why is there a tab on the end of the can? It seems a silly question. How else would you open it? But originally, cans didn't have tabs. Very early steel cans were called flat tops for pretty obvious reasons. You use a special opener to puncture a hole to drink from and a hole to vent. In the 1960s, the pull tab was invented so that no opener was needed. The tab worked like this. You lift up this ring to vent the can and pull the tab to create the opening. Easy enough, but now you've got this loose tab. The cans ask you to please don't litter, but sadly these pull tabs got tossed on the ground where the sharp edges of the tabs cut the bare feet of beachgoers or they harmed wildlife.
True.
So the beverage can industry responded by inventing the modern stay-on tab.
And this is a
This
piece of
little
genius.
tab involved clever engineering. The tab starts as a second-class lever. This is like a wheelbarrow because the tip of the tab is the fulcrum and the rivet the load. The effort is being applied on the end. But here's the genius part. The moment the can vents, the tab switches to a first-class lever, which is like a seesaw, where the load is now at the tip and the fulcrum.
How about that?
You can see clearly how the tab, when working as a wheelbarrow, lifts the rivet. In fact, part of the reason this clever design works is because the pressure inside the can helps to force the rivet up, which in turn depresses the outer edge.
So have you noticed that for the screw-off bottles, the plastic bottles, it now is attached to the bottle? So you don't have to hold it, and it stays with the bottle. My kids just snap it off every time. There's another issue that they didn't consider with these pull tabs, which is why I will remove them, and then I'll put them inside the can when I'm finished. And that is, if you have a mustache, it gets caught on the little hingey part. When you go to drink, you push this down a tiny bit. A hair gets caught in there, and sometimes it pulls. It's really fucking annoying. I mean, something that they obviously didn't consider was that people with facial hair would get a little hair caught, and you go to pull the can away, and you pull a hair out. It's like, ah! It's like really painful. Like getting a hair pulled out of your face is really horrible. So that is something they haven't considered. I would like it. I'm sure it's impossible. But if there was like some kind of beard cover across this part, like if there was just a tab of anything, just a tab of metal there to conceal this beneath, I don't know if that would stop it or if it would be too annoying. But it's really, really annoying.
Edge of the top.
It's not every can, but it's certain cans.
And then the tab changes to a seesaw lever. Looking from the inside of the can, you can see how the tab first opens near the rivet. If you try to simply force the scored metal section into the can using the tab as a first-class lever with the rivet as the fulcrum throughout, you'd be fighting the pressure inside the can. The tab would be enormous and expensive. If you'd like to learn more about the entire life cycle of the aluminum can,
yes, please.
Watch this animated video by Wrexham that describes can manufacturing.
This guy's great. No fucking about, no here's our sponsor, just fucking gets on with it. So sadly, he did a bunch of videos like this. This is all about fatal flights and the history of the candle and stuff like that. And he did these videos, and then he basically took like all these time off. Look, 4 years off, and then suddenly, bam, he's back. I really like this guy. I think he's great. Engineer Guy. Great name. Simple. You know what you're going to get. Really good solid vids. Like, whenever anyone talks about cans, though, I'm like, ah! Like a tedious idiot that I am. Linus is a human gas molecule. Ha ha ha! Oh. And now, a word from our sponsor. Just kidding. By the way, there is a sponsor later in the video. Linus is a human gas molecule. Oh, God, why have you reminded me of that? Not Kiefer Moore. He has never run that far or that fast in his life. Oh. The teacher wrote in the TV, yeah. Terrible effort. Well done, Collins. Dives on that. Yeah, I think you're right. He took time off to write the book. Show me something else in the second half. Right, Gaffer. We've knocked up a cake for you. This lad's name is Gooch. Spring it in space. Lofts went over the top for McNeil. Knocks it down for Connell. First time to Styles. Styles! Great ball from Connell.
You know, tough place to come, Sunderland. It's even further north than Barnsleh. So, you've got to get past the Wargs. And the Warg Riders, of course. And it's just rough, you know. I mean, we know how to deal with Wargs and Warg Riders. The Archers are a problem. But we've dealt with them before. When you come up this far north, you've got to bring food and water with you, of course. Light. And the lads do suffer a bit of vitamin D deficiency. But we did come in here and we did do a job of work. 1-1, away from home. I'll always take that. I'll take that.
It's the Renaissance ideal of bodily perfection, yet its notion of best. A wonderful demonstration of that is the evolution of this device. It's called a cavity magnetron, which powers mobile radar. It was created by British scientists in early 1940 in response to fears that Nazi planes would bomb London. This device generates microwave radiation of sufficient power and of the right frequency to detect individual planes. To operate, an electrode called a cathode is placed in the center. When powered, electrons fly from this cathode to the copper magnetron, called the anode block. To generate microwave radiation, this powered magnetron is placed in a magnet. As this magnetic field increases, the electrons inside the magnetron begin to spiral to the anode block, and when the magnetic field is strong enough, the electrons don't quite reach the edge of the cavities, and they start to spin. As this spinning electron cloud brushes by the openings to the circular cavity, microwave radiation is generated. In addition, this magnetron had to be cooled, so it was housed in this water-cooled tube. The standard of best used by the physicist engineers who developed this magnetron was simply that it worked. Prior to this, nothing had sufficient power. That notion of best changed in the next stage of evolution of this magnetron. The device worked in the laboratory, but now it needed to be mass manufactured to equip thousands of British, American, and other Allied planes and ships with radar. Because the Nazis had cut the United Kingdom off from the continent, the British needed U.S. technical expertise and production capability. They turned to Raytheon, a small manufacturer of radio and vacuum tubes, and to their vacuum tube engineer, Percy Spencer. For Engineer Spencer, the notion...
Answer me this, right? How many companies, like Raytheon, start off as just being some little witty company, and then World War II came along, and they became gigantic, multi-billion-dollar companies?
And the best changed. Now the issue was one of prioritizing speed of production while maintaining reliability. The central problem he faced was this. The slightest deviation in the cavity's diameter along the length of the cylinder would change the frequency of the radiation and blur the results from the radar. The tolerance was remarkable. The diameter of these cylindrical cavities must deviate by at most 1/10,000th of an inch. In SI units, that's a tiny fraction of a millimeter, about 2.54 microns. To create such a cavity, it took a master mechanic a week to finish a single magnetron. Yet Britain and the Allied forces needed thousands of radars. Spencer produced this magnetron, likely used on board a ship in the Pacific. If we could see through the top, we would see the cavities. So all of this houses the anode block. Recall that this would sit in a magnet in this way. You would power it here, and microwave radiation would emerge from here. Let's look at how Spencer designed it to be mass manufactured and to operate aboard a plane or ship. Note the side of the magnetron. You see the metal pieces with a space between them. These are cooling fins, so this magnetron was air-cooled instead of water-cooled like the first working prototype. That's a significant improvement. But to manufacture it rapidly, while maintaining tight tolerances on the cavity diameters, for Spencer part of best was speed, he used a time-honored engineering rule of thumb. Break complex problems into smaller, more manageable pieces.
I think that's just good advice in general, isn't it? Taylor Javot is killing it now. Shower jumping jacks. She's doing jumping jacks in the shower. She's currently off camera.
But thank you for noticing, yes, it's my superpowers. Alright guys, we are at 2 and we're Guys, you have to make sure you're absolutely certain. Type 1 to skip the towel today. GM, thank you so much, GM, for this.
Good God Almighty. Good God Almighty. When does she actually get on? 2 million followers. She's not even on camera. This is her whole thing. It's pretty genius. Who are these people embarrassing themselves by typing in Taylor Javot chat? I'm going to wait. We should take a note of all these names and see if I recognize any of them. Right, that's a funny comment. She says something about skipping, and the comment is, I want to skip right to your asshole. Njald, what's up? Man. Without further ado, half an hour ago. This guy's not happy. You can see just a hint of her. I mean, what do they say? That as soon as a woman takes her clothes off, she loses 70% of her attractive value or something like that. I saw that in a movie or a TV show or something. This is titillating. Balls bluer than Lewis Brindley's right here. And loads of Italians chatting. Somebody just asked, what are you doing?
Let's get some D's in this chat. I said D's in this chat. D's in this chat. Let's get some D's in this chat.
I think she's very clever for coming up with this, but she doesn't strike me as someone who's particularly smart. She certainly finds herself very amusing. I would be finding this amusing as well if I could make as much money as no doubt she is, but without even having to be on camera. Just amazing. Lots of Italians. Let's Google Translate this. This looks rude. Show yourself, you whore. Jesus Christ. I don't know what I was expecting. Jesus. If you wanted to earn that kind of money, you pretty much couldn't be on camera. Thanks, Njald. Yeah, it's such a beautiful language, Italian, isn't it? She's still not on. People are leaving.
Do I hear a... What comes after one, everybody?
Oh, wait, she's coming.
I cannot hear you. What comes after one?
She's thinking about it.
We are at...
It was Fatti vedere, puttanone. Oh my days.
I believe we're at... What are we at this? Alright guys, thank you again so much for being here today. Thank you guys for your time. It's time to get this show on the goddamn road.
Alright, here we go.
We know the drill. Everybody buckle up, Buttercup, because we're at 1 on the countdown.
I'm buckled. I'm unbuckled.
What is better than one? We are at.
Yeah, I wonder. I'll ask her. Taylor, what do you think of our chances against Leeds in the forthcoming match? To the desk of Taylor Javard. Madam, Leeds United's form this season has been imperious, yet Barnsleh look up for an away match at Elland Road. Leeds currently sit second in the table on 38 points, while Barnsleh is 6th on 35. Given that this could be a crunch game, do you think I should play my usual left back, even though he be unfit? Or my second, nay third choice left back, purely because he be fully fit. Furthermore, do you think a high pressing game would be better, or should we allow Leeds to come to us and then hit them on the break? Yours, Barnsley manager, PFlax. Olé! Just fucking say 0. What is wrong with you? Says Delayed Squirt.
So much. We are at 0, guys.
Oh no, you're at 100%, guys.
Hey, honestly, like when I stream, I'm like completely joking when I sing. I know a lot of people are like, wow.
Yeah, you think this is Delayed Squirt's wheelhouse? A famous win! Come on, we got to stuff Leeds. We all hate Leeds. We all hate Leeds. We all hate Leeds. We all hate Leeds. Hopefully this year we'll get a repeat of this shirt. Let's go. I'm available and cheap. This is the most serious stream I've been a part of, this person says. Do you ever get bored of this? Whoa. Just tip or sub to pressure her, lol. Oh, this guy's having another pop in Italian. Let's translate this. There's another comment from our Italian brothers. Imagine making money by being a slut. 10-month sub. Referee, that was an elbow. Dirty Leeds get. Get him off the field! Get him off the field! Look, why is he... I'm being tended to by a Leeds player. I wouldn't trust him not to choke me out. You are the manager. So you select the team and the tactics, motivate them, deal with transfers and all that kind of stuff, but you don't actually play. McNeil! Oh! How can we really fuck them over? Fabio Giallo. Actually, these lads are playing pretty well. Oh! Enjoy your day. I'll come back when you show yourself, goofball. Fuck off. I will take that. Fuck!
I'm saying it again, but the fact that we are disappointed with the point of where the bastards leads goes to show how far we've come. Now, as a side, I think we were better. They had one good goal. We could have had 4. A little bit unlucky. Fans disappointed. I got to apologise to them. Made the long trip to the hellhole that is Leeds. Scum. Nevertheless, point away from home. With the league leaders. Got to respect that. Well done, the lads. Really, really good. Delighted. Long may it continue.
She's come up with a really clever thing that she does, where she adjusts the camera and says, okay guys, okay, like she's about to come out.
Ooh, let's freaking go! Alrighty guys, so, on your marks. Thank you so much guys. I appreciate you. Thank you so much Dizzle for the freaking videos. Thank you also Freckles. Thank you Pink. Thank you everybody so much for just tuning in today. It's time to just do it. Type S in chat if you guys want to do a surprise today. Type S in chat if you guys would like to do a surprise. If you're down for a little surprise. Type S in chat. Or forever seek your peace.
Look at this. This is genius.
S in chat for the surprise. I said surprise. S in chat for the surprise. Thank you so much, Elster. I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Elster. S in chat for the surprise. I said surprise.
What do her neighbors think?
Alright, S in chat for the goddamn surprise of your life. Okay, it looks like everybody wants to do the surprise, so we're just gonna hop on into it. There will be no Pokemon Tale today. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for tuning in. Let's get this jelly popping, y'all. This is real life, guys. This is real life. This is really happening. Alright, it's time for the goddamn surprise. Surprise. I said surprise. Hey. Woo, what a day. It's already been quite the day. Alright, so we're gonna get it rocking and rolling. Good morning everybody. We're gonna hop on early today. Like I said, I've been trying to get on early lately. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I've been on really quickly lately. So we're doing
I can't watch anymore. It's really fascinating. Her chat is abysmal. It's zero moderation. Hello? Oh, love.
I don't think I did, but you could ask, just in case.
Chat are awful. It's completely unmoderated. I didn't see any mods. They're literally calling her a whore. And she doesn't care. And to be fair, it's clearly not a chat you go to for a conversation. She doesn't care if they're mean to her. It's eyes. It's eyeballs. They're not going to miss anything because she's just going, surprise, surprise, it's a surprise, 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 surprise. So she's just making money off them. It's very clever. Yeah, Nightbot, hardest working mod there is. Well, another tough game. Yeah, the assistant manager, not a big fan of Brad. Likes Philip Marshall. I did that legwork, Cleese. I did that legwork. But I don't even think that was him. Because there's a guy called Big Smitty riding. And I suspect that this is Big Smitty.
Hey, Smitty.
Yeah.
What is your #1 piece of advice for new writers?
No matter how beautiful the woman is, when she shows you her boobs while you ride, stay focused on the ride.
And does that happen a lot on a Honda Goldwing?
Well, it doesn't so much happen with young, beautiful women, but 80-year-old women showing their boobs happens more than you can imagine.
See, I suspect that that utterly humorless Big Smitty is the guy. I don't think, because that's Taylor Javo's the kind of guy that Big Smitty there is going to go for. Let's be positive, lad. Let's get at him. It's the big man. That is so poor, Springer. Three years. That was when Taylor Javot was just a humble pool streamer. Now she's like 2.5K viewers and has the monopoly on streams where you do not show anything but still get views and subs. Pretty ingenious. I'll tell you how. COVID. Basically annihilated 2 years of our lives. We're doing all right. We're in the top few. We've had tough games. We had to go to Leeds, and now we're at home to Brentford. So 2 of the hardest teams in the division. Oh, if that counts, we're back. It's back on, baby. Scintillating stuff by Barnsley. He booted it. fuck me. This lad cannot pass a ball. Apart from just then. Oh, McNeil, I wish you were a little bit quicker. Oh, Anderson, you... Brilliant, brilliant man. It's kind of like COVID. I think of things as, oh, that was before COVID, because it feels like it was so long ago, but at the same time, it's like it didn't happen. It's like this bizarre period in all our lives, which is kind of hard to really single out a moment. It was fucking shit. When I'm big man, you twat! That looked like a contentious decision at the very least. Oh, you... 17th goal of the season. Oh, you bastard. Is that all you take away? Is that all you take away? Well, unlucky, boys. I'm not happy, though. That was shit. I mean, there are referees and then there are bastards. And what we ended up with here was a bastard. You know, it was just a bastard. I don't like this Belotti character. He scored 16 goals in 17 matches. What's that about? You know? What's that about? Daft. Proper daft. He's playing Serie A football last season. Now he's in the Championship. Get him out. Ship him home. Brexit meant Brexit, didn't it? What does it mean, nout? Andrea Bertoli, whatever, like the spread. Get him gone. What was Brexit for? Get these Italian strikers out of the fucking league. What is she?
Hey, Smitty.
Yeah.
And she's in frame. I don't even get it. She's not even particularly attractive. She looks very phony. She's holding a paper towel in front of her boobs. How can she get away with this? Somebody's demanding that she be racist. People are calling her a slut. Just disgraceful. God, the comments are awful. The comments are awful. The only positive I can take away from it is that essentially, as much as they are calling her a whore and all the rest of it, and I'm sure they're getting their kicks that way, she's the one getting their money. They're the fucking sad arseholes sat at home watching that and then being unhappy about it. Yeah, keeps them all in there. Containment stream. Could be. From Monday, 1st of January 2024, foreign players with settled status will need to apply for work permits. He doesn't get one. He doesn't get one. And Sinani isn't going to get one. Offer him a higher wage. What's he on? Wait, where's the lad that we've been using? Yeah, Styles plays there. This Fürhelder lad is a nightmare, by the way. He's such a bozo. He's a bozo. Yeah, but we're short of left backs. You know, sometimes you just got to fucking nut up and play the position. The problem is not winning the balls and tackling people. The problem is his fucking passing. He can't pass it to anybody. He cannot pass it in a straight line. I mean, what was that clearance? That's terrible. I'll have to go no nonsense. Just got obliterated by a Navy SEAL-esque night ops strike on customs. Little old me doing tiger safari and 3 lads with GPNVGs peel out of the bushes and riddle me. Yeah, some sweaty boys play Tarkov. Right. There. Threw a water bottle and shouted at them. Oh, it's fun. I mean, you know, it is what it is. It's the same as it's ever been. We changed the entire front line. One in Styles. Fuck. That was fucking shit. God, I've been going for 5 hours. I'm going to stop. I'm going to install that Total War Rome thing. If it's any good, and maybe I'll play some of that. But we're going to crack on with this season. And I'll see you guys tonight. Cheers for watching. Take it easy. Peace out.